All right, folks. Welcome to Scales of War. It's going to be our third season of this game, where we're all mutually playing together in the worlds of 40K, our own twisted and homebrewed worlds. I am going to be the War Master for this campaign, Valis, but we'll go more into detail on that later. First and foremost, let's introduce everybody. We're going to start with Rasp. Go ahead. Who are you? What do you do? What do you play?
Hello, I am Rasp. I am playing the Sabiel first. They don't want to be here.
All right. Good to know. Paul.
Howdy, I am Paul Toon. This season, I am not going to be a War Master. I'm going to be a player of the Saphiran Bunker 260 inclusions. Basically, for the brief moments that they occurred last time, the Rooks. This is another group from that home world, that fortress world, and they really don't want to be here either because they're not the perfect soldiers. They're the washouts.
All right, Mr. Nunn.
Well, hello. I'm Mr. Nunn. I am both the streamer of this time around and a player. I am playing the program Pawns, a regiment born and bred and genetically modified to be the greater part of a piece of machine. It's going to be interesting playing them.
All right. Another interesting group for sure. And then Haywire.
I'm Haywire, and I'm playing the Machoan 31st. We are very religious in the way we conduct our units. We specialize in rapid response Medicaid, so our purpose is to make sure people live, and without that, we really feel like there's no meaning to us.
All right. Well, that's the introductions out of the way. Aside from mine, I'm Valis. I'm the War Master this time. I have a regiment that is joining the players, and that would be the 713th Esteemed, which is a pretty standard light infantry group, other than the fact that they are Tau. Excited to be here, as this is our first campaign that is using Beyond Recognition Forces, a homebrew expansion we've designed, where that means you can now, as part of our community, play members of the other factions that still fight alongside the Imperial Guard. All right.
Yeah, 40K purist, this is not the game for you. We'll just let you know right now.
We aren't necessarily friendly to purists around here. However,
Yeah,
we're still here to
starting
tell
this season.
stories of war.
Yep, and starting this season, it's going to get weird.
My specialty, I assure you.
Yeah, that's why you're War Master.
Not my forces though. They're the most normal regiment.
If you say so. Rasp. All right. So, I believe this is what Paul. You're the standard War Master. What's the name of this crusade we're a part of?
So, this is a branch of the Indominus Crusade. So, where our major break from the critical normal canon, I guess you could say, comes in that Gilliman has arrived at the doorstep of our subsector. Or our sector, not subsector, getting that wrong. So the Chiron sector is right on the edge of the Maledictum, and over half of it at this point has been taken over by literally warp coming into real space. Gilliman has arrived at this place. He has set up whatever agreements with the Space Wolves, who are also nearby, and effectively we are the spearhead across to get back into the Dark Imperium. And the point where we tend to break from main canon is that everyone in the kitchen sink, including non-human kitchen sinks as well are allowed to join in this crusade and help us to get to the other side. We are the proverbial chicken.
All right. Well, then without further ado, let me introduce this campaign to everybody. For the sake of simplicity, this is called Everyone's Equal in the Mud. Our fade in on the camera will be a ship entering a solar system, where over the slow approach this transport vessel and its escorts is making towards the main world of the system, we will hear the message that precluded its arrival and summoned all of these forces here. This is a message sent via Astropath as requested by Colonel Locke, 1112th Thirthian Infantry. I am calling for the first combined armada decree of our crusade out of dire necessity. Our forces have only just begun to march. The flames of war are but sparks. Our machines have only just begun to roar in the Emperor's name. We cannot let the enemy bring us to a halt so soon. Let it be known that I need a combined detachment as soon as possible, lest this world fall and a crucial port be lost. The 1112 were sent to ensure the security of the Demood system, one of the launching points for the crusade that would make one of the primary tithe routes for our logistics. However, it is with great regret that I inform you that we are all but lost. The last of my men are giving their lives to buy time for this message. The enemy is Tau. They possess advanced heretical technologies that overtook our planetary defenses mere minutes after they landed. Our transport ship was shot down by our own orbital defense cannons. They didn't show up on Auspex. They attacked key military targets and are presently rounding up the citizenry while they search out the last remnants of my men. Demood Tertius has an orbital cannon array in each of the 4 major cities of the inhabited continent. With interlocking fields of fire, they were designed to prevent any force from landing without exacting a heavy toll. Knowing that the enemy has taken them, I ordered a counterattack to sabotage the arrays. However, I do not know of any success at this time, as our Voxes have been jammed since the 4th hour of the attack. The enemy is highly organized. They move in small groups supported by abominable servitors. They strike quickly, possess many marksmen, and are supported by this world's defenses. We know not their plans for this world or its people, but we have given everything to slow them down. Sadly, our everything seems to have amounted to about 5 days. If you get this message, you will find me beside my men, standing or otherwise, servant of him on Terra, like any other. Colonel Locke, out. This vessel makes up the bulk of the combined detachment, in which various branches of the Crusade each submit a group of their forces to escort and take on challenges working together. Every player here has submitted a regiment that is participating, as they introduced earlier. And we are going to meet some of the key members of these regiments very shortly. As the ship makes its approach, and colonels are planning the first mission and preparing, well, for what is going to be the first and most vital operation of this crusade, securing your logistics to support you for the rest of it. Runners will be sent, armed with data slates, searching out those that have been selected to be going on the first combined operation of this war for Demood Tertius. First and foremost, you've all been in transit for several weeks at this point. Sadly, warp travel takes some time in this universe, so there's not a lot of hope for encountering the Thirthians when you get there, knowing that they had all been but lost in 5 days. It's now been several weeks. However, every force occupies themselves among this great transport vessel, however they deem necessary. You aren't necessarily seconded or sectioned off. You you are free to interact with the other regiments generally. However, since this vessel is so big and you were given designated areas, I feel as though up to this point, any interactions you might have had with each other have been piecemeal or very limited. You know of the other forces on this vessel, and perhaps you've had a conversation or two or observed from distance, but there's been no meaningful interaction because up to this point, each of your squad leaders probably assumed you would just be fighting alongside your own forces, as that is standard Imperial Guard tactics, according to the manual. We're going to open with the march of a well-armored individual making for one of the provided barracks for one of these regiments. As the camera slowly pans up around him, we see what is essentially a very sleek black carapace with very faint, very faint hints of green in it when it catches the light just right. It's bordered by a fiery red color, as well as a golden additional set of trimming that denotes their position among the forces. As the camera fully raises itself, you will pass their ranking designation patch, where they will bear the marking of chaplain. We follow them as they march through the halls, and they approach one barracks in particular, and as the door opens, I'm sure we see a collection of troops that are all very similarly clad. Haywire, can you please describe to me what's going on in your barracks?
I'm assuming that to keep standard and make sure that rank and file is rank and filing appropriately. One going over holy texts of sorts, maybe a few making sure kits are fully put together, and maybe a few practicing forms of Medicaid. And the leader would be Ajax the Great, walking back and forth, making sure the men are tending to their gear appropriately or not mishandling anything. But as the chaplain would enter, and Ajax would to notice, he would drop to one knee and bow his head, and then would follow the firing teams.
All right. In response to this, we'll have a moment where the chaplain will pause, allow this to occur, as this is tradition and it must occur. And then, with a small wave of the hand and a nod, essentially giving the at ease equivalent in this situation, he will step forward and present what is a small data slate, a standard Imperial device to give orders and information, and present it to Ajax. And as he presents it, he will say, "Congratulations, Ajax. You've been selected to participate in the first mission of this upcoming campaign. You'll be serving alongside a combined force, and I'm proud to see someone such as yourself leading this charge."
It is with great honor that I take this responsibility, and my men will be equally proud.
Prepare yourselves. Grab your equipment. We are in Hangar 32, and we will be departing by the end of the day. Be there sooner rather than later. I have other stops to make.
Yes, sir.
And the chaplain will bow his head out of some respect in return, and quickly make his way out of the room. And the camera's going to cut. Actually, you know what? Let's give that moment with your squad. How do you then address your squad now that the chaplain has departed?
All right, boys. No longer time to play games. Let's get it together. We know how this goes. Make sure we're there first. and make sure everybody knows that we're there.
Strong,
Our
strong.
time is now.
All right, and I imagine there's then a very, I wouldn't say it's a scramble, but a very organized and quick-paced acquisition of gear. Like, where armor's being grabbed, weapons are being checked. We got the whole thing running.
Yep.
All right, wonderful. Now, as the camera fades from that scene, we're actually going to fade into what is sort of an observatory of some kind. And it's been repurposed. Whoever's been assigned to this region of the ship and basically given the permission of, hey, you guys can stay in these areas, they're officially designated for yours, they have taken that as, oh, this observatory, let's make it a gambling hall. And so we see a collection of bright blue uniforms wagering various things from actual currencies to, items of kit, and perhaps other things hidden amongst that aren't openly on display but are being wagered under the table, as it were. And as the camera slowly pans about, I would like first an introduction of the squad leader of the Thirthian 260 inclusions.
All right. So, Sergeant Jean Chitowith is a average-sized woman by Sephiran Fortress World standards. So she's standing about 5'8", 5'9", long red hair, very curly, kind of tied back loosely into a ponytail. Sort of average build, wide smile that can, charm people very easily, which is how she ended up in the rank of a sergeant, because people would listen to her. The inclusions are not exactly the most easily controllable bunch. They come from a fortress world, and they are the washouts. They're people who are still useful as primarily cannon fodder, and they know it. In fact, the nickname, the inclusions, is kind of a big insult on their homeworld, Musa Sapphire. It means someone who is flawed, who is different, who's not very suitable.
What are they doing right now?
At this moment, she is part of a dice game. Basically has about probably 2 or 3 members of her squad, and then a couple members of other squads that are around there. She's, getting the dice. She's trying to get the bets coming. Like, all right, come on, everybody. The big one. And at this moment, there is another person in the Thirthian uniform. This particular one has a giant red scarf around their head. Doesn't mean anything, but you'll notice that even though everybody is in uniform, they're not exactly perfect exact uniforms. Some have modifications, some have taken off sleeves, some have added extra special accoutrement. Very unusual, especially for a Thirthian group. But this particular guy comes running and saying, "Officer, officer!" And immediately everybody who's in the room starts scrambling, trying to hide away anything that indicates that there is gambling going on right now.
Ah, wonderful. Let's have a luck roll from you.
All
Actually,
right.
before you do that, I'm going to perform my very favorite kind of dice roll. Let us see what god presides over the warp at this time.
Slanesh, please, he'll be happy.
No, I'm saying let it be siege for the fates. Oh no.
Let's go!
The hugs!
Slanesh presides over the warp, and as such, the dice may have different effects than expected this session. Now, please, a luck roll. Let's see how well your troops are hiding the evidence of gambling.
Not well.
So, for her part, I'm going to say is she's got like a handful of dice. She's got like 2 D6s and like a D10. And she's like, all right, we're gonna, and she just literally just throws it behind her. Smack some guy in the head.
A very polished, actually wearing a proper uniform captain strides in. He's got a he's pretty much the prim perfect perfection. This guy should have ended up in the Rooks. He's not supposed to be an inclusion, and yet here he is, and he hates his time. And everybody knows it. As he strides in, his eyes quickly cast over the scrambling troops, all trying to hide the situation. And he's got a low stub, kind of a cigar, in his mouth at this time. And he just looks across and goes, Chenoweth, very exasperated, very annoyed already.
Hey, sir. She just kind of snaps to attention. It's not perfect, just kind of lopsided, but still. Hey, sir.
There's kind of a quirk in his mouth of he's taking joy in the news he's about to deliver. The brass has requested our very best for a suicide mission. You pulled the shortest straw, and he hands a data slate out.
There's a moment where she wants to cuss, but she is standing in front of a superior officer and knows she can't. She goes, sir. That's great. Thank you. And she extends her hand to take the data slate.
Yeah, he'll hand it off, and it's basically, it gives you a quick readout of some of the objectives, and then in the big, bold text on top, it's report to hangar, etc. as soon as possible, with all duty gear in tow. And with that, he'll just simply nod, pass another glance around at everyone else in the room. You can tell he's like very considering, do I want to yell at these guys? And you can tell the conclusion he has is they'll be dead anyway. I don't need to yell at them. And best get on to it. Dismiss. And he just turns and walks out of the room.
So she's standing there, teeth clenched, giant, fake, very forced smile. By the great hammerhead, what did we ever do to... All right, guppies, minnows, you've been assigned. Get your gear together. See what we can do. She's reading over the orders. She is not liking what she's saying, but everyone is kind of starting to go. Some people are going back to the gambling, the ones who aren't part of her squad. The ones who are kind of dejectedly kind of shuffling away. There's one, though, who is currently entangled because he was in a boxing match with another one. And they're kind of locked. They're kind of locked. No one's going to break them up. She just kind of takes a moment looking at this, then comes over, and she just smacks the one who's in her squad. All right, Trooper Cabot, break it up. Forfeit, we gotta go. Oh, Captain, sir, can't do it. Gotta, it isn't gonna be worth it, you know it. Let's just go. Right, I'm gonna... fine. And he just drops the guy, and they start walking off. There's a bunch of people who are very dejected right now as they just lost a bet because one of them had a forfeit. But the other half are looking very happy right now.
Oh yeah, we got the dead squad walking for the inclusions right now.
Yeah. Yep.
And as we get that like dejected, begrudging acceptance of what's going on, the camera will pull downward and fade out, and then as it comes back, there's kind of a vapor in the air of sorts. It's kind of a not really safe area to be. And we see someone come basically running through a fog with a rebreather strapped on, and they finally get out of it and turn. and there's a designated training room. There's several on this ship, and he runs inside, cursing himself. He's just a very generic like Navy man runner, and he immediately seeks out one. I believe they go by a kill sergeant as their rank. Rasp, why don't you tell me about your character and your forces right now? Oh, it's Rasp AFK. We've got him muted.
Yeah, he's on mute.
Sorry, there were background noises. Kill Sergeant Nex is currently walking back and forth along the lines of her squad, trying desperately to drill them into something that vaguely resembles a fighting force. It would be immediately obvious that she is different from them. She is wearing a different uniform. She does not carry an autogun like the rest of them do. She has a bow and quiver slung across her back. Her uniform has a lot more furs and little feather trinkets hanging off it compared to the very generic Cadian pattern equipment that the rest of the forces are wearing. The most notable thing about the Sabiel's uniform is that it is in an attempt at camouflage. However, it is in eye-attackingly bright yellows and burnt oranges that do not look particularly stealthy. Others who have had the misfortune of crossing their paths during the transit have taken to referring to it as eyesore pattern camo. Next, for her part, is wearing a rebreather of her own, and her uniform is a lot more in greens and purples. A lot more subdued and a lot less offensive to the eye. She is not being particularly successful whipping these forces into shape.
And as there's this handoff as the runner approaches with a data slate, they don't give much of an explanation. It's just obviously it's like, look, here's your orders. They didn't even want to be the runner here, but it's the Navy seem to be the only ones who actually run into this area anymore. And the runner will like quickly address and say, there's a capacity issue with this upcoming mission. You may only be able to take a fourth of your forces. Be careful who you choose. And then they just leave you with the data, essentially. They check a chronometer, adjust a valve on their rebreather, and then start running faster outside and try and get out of this area.
There's a look around at the assembled forces. Section Secundus, front and center. And with some grumbling, but largely listening to what she says, a group of guardsmen assemble, 10 of them. She double checks the data slate and points to one of them and says, let me double check the name. Evelina. And you are good. You are free to go. The rest of you with me.
All right. We'll get that like fade out on that as I assume everybody starts to muster their equipment. and the camera will kind of snap to a hallway at this time, and we're going to see a collection of Carapist troops in earthen tones already on the march. When a runner of similar, they're a Navy runner of some kind, meets them at a crossroad and hands off a data slate. A sergeant takes it, examines it, and then they attempt to like kind of salute the Aquila at this person, but they're not very practiced at it, and it's kind of just a vague gesture that gives an outline, and then they adjust course at this crossroad and start making their way towards the hangar. And that's all we see of the Estes in this moment, as the camera then fades over to one of the many armories on this ship. Mr. Nunn, would you care to describe what your forces are doing in this armory?
Well, currently it's only two of them. My sergeant and the corporal. My sergeant designation A or 1A 24A1 designation fire, also known as Larray, and his spotter designation aim or A23, named Arya by her other regiments she may have served alongside once upon a time. They are currently in the process of checking their gear. Larray is currently checking off the specifications of his lawn last, making sure that it's within good performing condition, making sure it's nominal, things like that. And Arya is in the process of examining and readjusting certain pieces of her magnoculars she has in order to better and more efficiently spot enemy forces for her sharpshooter.
And as opposed to a runner, what happens is the tech priest, who is kind of running clerk over this armory in particular, will turn as a servo skull flies in and delivers the data pad to them. And there's like a brief acknowledgement of this servant, and then they examine the data pad and nod, and they just, the next time fire or aim approaches the counter, they will be provided with this data slate, and no explanation, no communication either. It's just like, I've been asked to hand this to you. There we go. The mission is accomplished.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's going to take a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure it will take some time because they're in the middle of doing weapons checks. However, obviously, they need to perform these weapon checks. That was a lot of dice.
That was a
What
lot
the
of
heck
dice.
was that? Okay.
Rasp, are you good?
I'm fine.
That scared the living Jesus out of me. I was like, oh god.
Okay. We're just
I was
gonna...
like, is that a male dragon?
Oh god. Obviously, there's going to be no attempt to rush you because you're performing sacred rites on your weapons, and this is a deployment order, so you need to properly finish these rites before you leave the armory.
And it's honestly a rather silent period here in the armory with these two. You can hear the clacking and shifting of pieces of metal and plastics and whatever else to get the weapon back in shape or get the magnoculars set properly. But they don't speak at all while doing this. This is something that's become rote for them, that they don't need to speak to be able to know what they're doing.
All right.
Eventually, they will stop.
I would say I'm actually fairly familiar with this concept, and those who might have followed our last season may have met some characters that act this way as well.
Yeah, eventually they do stop. Their weapons are nominal. They turn to the tech priest and salute the cog, ready to depart from the library if they are dismissed. Or not the library, the armory. Goodness gracious.
There you go.
I'm between
No
like 4
worries,
different
no
characters.
Such is common when we play many games.
Mm-hmm.
And the acknowledgement will be given, the permission granted, And as you depart with your freshly maintained gear, the camera will fade and we'll do a little bit of a skip forward. I would like to inquire, who is making haste and not waste to the hangar? Who's trying to get here the fastest? We've got the Machoan.
The
The Tron's
At-
goal is to get there first.
Okay.
at Nex's urging, the Sabiel are moving with purpose, even if they were not thrilled by that idea. And as they exit the Sabiel section of the ship, a cat-like creature falls in behind Nex.
Right, you have a pet.
Oh.
We'll get to describing the pet later. I think that'll be a good moment to have once everyone's in the hangar. So I'm going to queue up the Sabiel as the second arrival. What's the status with the inclusions? They dragging their feet?
They will be there exactly on time. Not a second before.
Ah, I see. And the pawns.
Well, efficiency is kind of the key for the pawns, so they will gather up their troops, and if they are ordered to head to the hangar, they will head straight to the hangar. There's no delineation.
So they may want to arrive as soon as possible, basically.
Yes.
Okay. I would like a little bit of a luck roll-off here. We're going to have the Sabiel fight the pawns for who gets here first.
No, this tracks.
Wait.
You're
Next-
still talking to yourself. Can't
Yeah,
see your roll.
It was
it rolled-
81.
Yeah, the 81 dice came up, but it didn't come up in the chat, so yeah.
I'll count
Yeah.
it. I'll count it. But make sure to put
Yes,
your rolls in the chat.
I'm fixing that. There we go. It makes sense. Nex is trying, but she is kind of herding cats, and that's not even referring to her war beast.
She's herding cats, but not her cat.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And the pawns
Okay.
are programmed for war, so it's very orderly march anyway.
All right. So I'm going to adjust something. And I will actually let the narration be taken over by Haywire. Your forces arrived first. I believe you had something you wanted to participate in the hangar, so you can describe what the others see, particularly the pawns, as they'll be the first ones arriving.
So, in well orderly formed rows, leading with Ajax in front, will be just kneeling at what would pretty much be looking like an absolute unit in armor, but they're pretty much on the one knee, to themselves, going through prayers of sorts and just facing the direction of which the chaplain will be, and awaiting any type of order to move or even the gesture of being able to rise. But very formal esque looking, and like they're to be showing themselves as doing something that has been ordered, but it's not. It's just something that they represent as far as respect and understanding that there is higher command present, and that, you know, it is the duty of the chaplain to go ahead and tell the Machoan when and how they're going to kind of orchestrate. Like if it's free time, they have their own way of communicating that, or if, you know, it's just a very structured situation where they're hard set on going through their texts, or, you know, personal prayers, or putting forward, you know, better thoughts, or understanding that in this situation, it may be the last mission, so on and so forth, and each member of them is not necessarily doing the same kind of kneeling structure. Maybe one has a different knee up, or one's closer to the ground, but overall it looks as if it was like a command towards a dog to sit.
Wonderfully put. That evokes a very good feeling here for what we're looking at. And we're going to have everybody enter one after another at this time. So, first and foremost, everyone should be on the hangar scene at this time. You're all seeing the hangar?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
And it looks like there are the Machoan in the center right now. Pawns are off to one side,
Yep.
and a whole bunch of NPCs everywhere else.
Yes, and this is a fairly accurate representation of what the hangar looks like at this time. Questions can be asked as people move in, but right now, I'm going to give the pawns initiative. It's obvious that your brass is in the center room, on the designated area where the Machoan already are present.
Okay. Well, we'll be a bit more off towards the corner here, but we will be standing here. The pawns in the back are at attention, whereas fire and aim, they're observing. They're at attention, but they're observing. They're watching.
All right. Next up, we will have the forces from the Sabiel arrive through the door, in conjunction at the exact same time with the esteemed, the Estes.
Unless in given other orders, the Sabiel will see the Machoan praying and just sort of join in. Always a good idea to just pray to the God Emperor,
Oh, these boys praying? I'll pray too. Let's go.
It's working.
Nex and her cat kind of stand off to the side, taking in the surroundings. Very much the picture of discipline, but again, looking around at everything that's going on.
Please position your tokens where they would take up. All right. As the Estes enter, there will be kind of there's a basic acknowledgement of the Sabiel since they kind of walked in together, but there is no actual verbiage or anything said. And the sergeant presiding over the SD light infantry will make their way forward, expecting to receive a briefing of some kind from the company command that are there in the center. And then the remainder of the SDs will just position themselves behind the sergeant. They're a little awkward being here. There's definitely some glances of we're the odd ones out. So there's definitely an air of, are we okay to be here? Of hanging about them. And then, without further ado, as the watch ticks down, and finally there's the exact, you are expected to be here by this time, the very second that timer is reached, the door opens once more, and the inclusion squad enters.
Right. Every single one of them is in uniform. They're in battle ready uniform, so they're in either their flak or their carapace, depending on rank. That was just a very good inclusion in character creation, I'll say. So Chenoweth herself is in a light carapace. She and the corporal are the two who are in that. Everybody else is in regular flak. But everyone also has basically a giant backpack of some sort on their back. Hard-sided, seems like it's there's a lot of stuff in there. There's one guy who has a massive multi-laser strapped to his back. There's another one who has a giant, what looks to be a giant gun at first glance, and it turns out it's just a very large grenade launcher. And a very eclectic bunch, because even though they're in their uniform, once again, everyone has special accoutrement. They take a glance around. They see all the different groups. They see a whole bunch of people praying in the middle, going like, oh dear. So they do, however, see a couple of Saphirians over here. Looks like they're also of similar rank, so Chenoweth is going to lead the group over to that side.
All right.
They're basically going to get there, immediately take off their backpacks and sit down, and half of them look like they're already panting and out of breath.
A strong showing of the capability of the guard, for sure.
Yes!
And I'm going to give, there's this wonderful moment of all of your people are sitting down. Chenoweth is, like, at least I see some familiar faces here. And right as Chenoweth goes to mayhaps interact with Sergeant Ward, the very moment you step towards them, there is a call from the center, which is 3rd Platoon Leadership and Vox Operators. Report for orders and assignment.
So Chenoweth actually literally was, basically she was extending a hand out and she was about to step over. Here's that. Is that, looks up the data slate. All right. I need to take one moment real quick. All right. Benefit, let's go. And a very, a man with certain, like, very sharp features, with the other giant backpack on his back, has not taken it off. He's coming with.
All right. For the moment, assume, everyone, that your Vox operator accompanies your squad leader wherever you move that token.
Okay.
And you all may interact as you wish. Also, just for a point, Ward was also extending a hand, and then that call came out, immediately pulls it back. Like, later.
Yeah.
Since my unit is not officially 3rd Platoon, have we also been summoned, or are we still off to the side?
Your rent data slate will include the notice of accompanying 3rd Platoon.
Okay. So next, the corporal from Section Secundus and the Vox operator, along with her kill beast, will all gather at the meeting point, since technically Nex is an attached specialist, so the ranking Sabiel would also be coming over.
Reasonable. Mr. Nunn.
Yeah, Fire and Aim will both come over, accompanied by what was his face? What was his name again? Seysat, the Fox operator.
All right. Hey, Wart.
Ajax will turn, call forward Hector, and say follow, and we'll approach.
And Sergeant Arha of the Esteemed will turn and make a quick gesture over to one of the among them. In this case, this would be Irana. And they will just advance a few paces to be within this section. At which point you will now all see what your command staff is before you. One of which is very recognizable because they match the person facing them right now. The chaplain of the Combined Company is from the Machoan. again, kind of described earlier, that sleek black carapace with just the very slightest hint of green, that fiery red trimming with additional emblazons of imperial gold to accompany the fact that they are ranked and perform the duties of a chaplain. They are Chaplain C or Chaplain ODC for full name. You'll also find on the opposite side of them what is normally supposed to be a commissar, and everyone here who is a human recognizes that this is supposed to be a commissar. However, on their rank patch, it says RSP instead of COM, which is going to be confusing in of its own right, but they appear to be in a fully sealed void suit of similar earthy tones to the SD group, but it's primarily of a raspberry purple hue. And at this time, they will not have anything to say. They will just be present in case people wish to speak to them. But the one that called everybody here is perhaps the most unique and most off-putting of the group. It is a short, chitinous, if you will, being of about 4'3" height, who bears imperial markings such as the rank of captain burned into the shoulder of their shell. So it's not really skin, as said. It's chitin, and they wear pieces of Imperial Guard gear. They have like the cognomen tags, like still hung around their neck. They have a like officer's cap on their head. Their head is mostly human shaped, but all of their skin is this dark, like pitch black, licoricey color. And they also have an emblazon of fluffy growths on them that kind of make it look like they're wearing a really fancy like coat of some kind, but it is just natural, whatever it is, of a soft red color. And it's certainly an odd sight, and it's an off-putting sight to even think that this is going to be your leader. Of course, you are all well aware that due to the current desperation of the Imperium, that forces are coming from all walks, and for whatever reason, Command has put this thing in charge. It will nod to all of the leaders with the same amount of respect any officer would, and it will begin. For the time being, you are all the leadership of the 1st Combined Company, 3rd Platoon. You have received a data slate informing you of your mission, and I will repeat it at this time. We are the first attempt at landing in Demood. There is no safe landing. Preliminary scans of the planet have indicated that Allied forces succeeded in sabotage of one of the orbital defense cannons and have opened up one path of approach, and we are going to be the group taking advantage of this opening to try and secure safe landing for our entire armada. Your platoon will be following mine, 1st Platoon, as well as 2nd Platoon. In my stead, you will report to and follow the orders of Chaplain ODC, and it turns its head and has to kind of crane neck to properly address the individual standing next to them. And we'll turn back facing forward. We have several reports of the enemy force, and they all corroborate that they have Vox dominance of the world. At this time, we do not know how they manage it. We simply know that We will encounter issues with communications, especially long distance, but expect outages in short distance as well. For the safety of the combined company and your individual squads, I will now provide you the names of all designated Vox operators, as well as what squad they are assigned under my current command. I expect either you or your own Vox operator to memorize these names and request callouts of designation when interacting with Allied forces. I cannot stress this enough, that Vox security must be upheld tightly. We do not want the enemy listening in, as this is a mission of great importance, as will every mission be once we land. Does everyone understand what I have said at this time?
So, in stark contrast between each other, Sergeant Chitterwith goes, "Yes, ma'am. No problem, ma'am. Absolutely, ma'am. Understand everything you say, ma'am." Meanwhile, the man standing next to her just goes, like barely nods his head forward.
All right.
There will be an acknowledgement from Next, and just sort of a look in the direction of her Sabiel. The Vox operator will receive the list and set about memorizing it as eagerly as, like, it can be handed to him.
It's not going to be handed. There's going to be no physical list provided. It is going to be spoken shortly, assuming everyone's ready.
His attention is rapt.
Ah. Sergeant Aha of the Arha, the SD, will simply give an affirmatory in the sense of course, we are ready.
There's just a short reply from the pawns, just a short affirmative, and the pawns' Vox operator is ready to hear the callouts.
Okay, sorry, mute buttons. Ajax will look over to Hector. Hector will do a slight nod. Then Ajax will say, affirmatively understood.
Wonderful. I will now begin the reading, and I will not repeat it. My group, my personal group, and they gesture behind them to a small collection of what appears to be mostly human individuals. We are 1-1 actual. My Vox operator is Shara Vaunt. Additionally, as part of 1st Platoon, 1-1, the Scory, the Vox operator, is Sergeant Cameron Fodder. 1-2, White Spears, Sister Trista Duke. 1-3, Flamburn, Yeoman Emma Richelieu? There is
Richelieu.
a question at the end.
Yeah, Richelieu.
I don't think your unit's correct, them, but
No.
there you go. 1-4, Malicious, Isaac Dubov. 2nd Platoon, 2-1, Coloradicus, PFC Bell. 2-2, Maldine, Foreman Hume from Skyport. 2-3, Einherjari, Astrid, Hal Bjorndottir. 2, 4, Vale Kyrans, Mitch Maya. 3, 1, Machoan, Helen. 3, 2, Inclusions, Bevan. 3, 3, Pawns, Say Sat. 3, 4, Estes, Ira Na. Additionally, among our forces are 2 roamer teams. They will be using the designation 4-1 roamer, Yvette Griff, and 4-2 roamer, Gallianus Half. Now, we will be departing for our mission in as little as 2 hours. Our Valkyries are nearly complete on their refit. There are several pilots for your platoon to choose between as your escort. You may decide amongst yourselves who will take each pilot individually. You may consider this a small amount of free time before your duty to the Emperor begins, officially in this system. Is there any questions?
Real quick, out of character question. We all as players know what the mission is. How much of that was included on the data slate?
You know, it's a good note. I will now read what you guys receive on the data slate as far as your mission briefing. The mission briefing you have all received and are already aware of is Mission 1, landing in Demood. There is no safe landing. If we try to land our forces, we are projected to lose 70% of them. Demood's anti-invasion grid has withstood countless attacks from without. The enemy has control of it, but not for nothing, the Thirthians managed to lay a single blow onto the southernmost city's orbital cannon. This opens up one approach vector. We have exactly one way onto this world without losing over half of our forces in orbit. Problem? The enemy have set up a temporary battery to shore up that gap. They have it supported by several dozen conventional anti-air emplacements. However, this is perhaps our best chance at winning a decisive victory. There is no room for error. We are deploying the 1st Combined Company, platoons 1, 2, and 3. They are going in fast and low, entering orbit outside of the big gun's range over the ocean, and skimming their way inland. We've planned an approach vector that will get them close to the temporary emplacement. They'll still have to contend with conventional emplacements, but even if they only make it to the beaches, they should be within 3 days' journey of the target. These are 14 squads of our finest, loaded onto 14 Valkyries that are currently being refitted. The fuel has been measured, the guns removed. We're having tech priests install additional plating in the cargo bays. This will be a one-way trip for them. They will either take down those emplacements as heroes, or die down there knowing they failed us. And that part is included as well in the brief. Like there's a flat out, the last sentence of it is, you are either going to be a hero or a failure. Whoa, Rasp. What a question. That kind of defeats the purpose of paying attention.
I mean,
Don't
I
mean to be
was
that
paying
guy.
attention, but I can only type so fast, and
don't-
didn't
yeah,
get the name for the Estes or for 3-2.
I'm gonna be that guy here, and correct me if I'm wrong for doing this, but you could always reflect on the video.
That too. That's always an option. I'll give you if you're
Yeah, because my dyslexia went hard there, and so it looks pretty ugly. I'm not gonna lie. My notepad has got so much jargon on it. I'm like, man, I just did pictograms, like
you
trying to keep with that. But
Rasp. You said you only missed 2, give or take.
The SDs and whoever was 3-2.
3-2 is the inclusions.
Oh, then whoever is 3-3.
That would be me.
That's the pawns.
yeah, I got the pawns as 3/3.
Okay, I have
Alright.
the name for the pawns, I think. I think I merged the pawns and the inclusions in my head, so I don't have the name for the inclusions. I do have the name for the
I will allow the players to have some discussion time where you can trade this info later. You can piece it together, have a good old let's have the Vox operators chat and actually figure it out, as opposed to just me giving it to you as the GM. Does that sound
Fair
okay?
enough. Fair enough.
All right. Is there any mission questions you would like to ask the captain or the other staff? In which case, again, if I did not say it, I will say it now. The captain does have a rank patch that is mostly just there's a part of it that has been done over as they've gained ranks, but it is burned into their flesh as well. They are Captain Sonia Laven. The Respectus officer is Daria Erie, and the chaplain is Odie C. You are free to ask your command staff anything at this time that you may want to inquire about before we move on to the next phase.
Does the data slate have the terrain that we'd be moving through if we came in on the beach?
It will have a general descriptor that Demood Tertius has a lot of wetlands as well as a kind of thick canopied forest layer and plains, and you would be expected to perhaps encounter all 3 of these if you were to land at the beach on your way to the target.
Nex is taking note of that.
All right.
Oh, dang it. I had a question.
I'm not sensing any question. Paul?
I actually had a question.
I'll give you a moment to think. It's all good.
Okay, thank you. So I think Chitowith is going to kind of take a couple of moments thinking.
Mhm.
Pardon, what sort of development has been occurred? Like potential of encountering friendly forces, or do we shoot everyone who is not a guardsman on sight of them?
We presently do not know the status of civilian or allied forces on the planet. We have tentative hopes that they have continued to serve the Emperor and put up a rebellion against this invading force. However, we have no confirmations one way or the other. And it's at that point, the Respectus officer will reach a hand out and they'll be like, well, we assume they are taking prisoners based on the information we received before we were dispatched. So we should keep an eye out for any servants of the God Emperor that are currently imprisoned by the enemy and perhaps rescue them.
So with that, Chitowith will nod and say, "Thank you, thank you." And then in her head, great. This is what happens with the Imperial intelligence. It's an oxymoron. Always has been. Oh man, can't tell you nothing.
All right.
Fire
Any
will
other
speak
questions?
up. Yeah, Fire will speak up. Is there an ETA on the defensive battery, this weakness being fixed? Do we have a limited time frame here? What's our time frame?
While technically There is no time frame on the battery being fixed that we know of. We have been provided by our command staff 3 days for this operation, at which point we will begin an orbital landing, whether these guns have been rendered unusable or not. This is indicative of heavy losses for everyone here should we fail.
Okay. Yeah, Fire's starting to do some calculations in his head, trying to figure out what would be the most efficient way to approach this.
And this will also be stated, yes, tactically, it is stupid to do that. However, at the same point, the Imperium has a schedule to keep, and the Imperium will grind bodies into dust to keep that schedule. So you are all effectively aware that your actions in this mission will determine if countless numbers of your comrades also die. Anything else for this bit? Okay. Apparently not. So, at this time, the captain will give an affirmatory and dismissive nod to the group. While the retrofits are being finished, you may consider and bring to me a requisition if your forces are missing an essential piece of gear. I will see if we can get it acquired before takeoff. In the meantime, please seek out and meet your pilots and assign them to your squads as you see fit. And with that, they will turn and begin to walk away.
I know what my request is.
Keep that in mind. We're not going to do requests until after pilot meeting and assigning. Okay. And similarly, the other two members of the command staff will also step away, leaving the center kind of empty. There will be 2 pilots here right away. I'd like to ask, does anyone want to go first, or would we like to roll initiative to see who wants to meet what pilot first?
Well, if nobody objects to a non-initiative roll, Chenoweth is basically just going to stand next to the first pilot she sees and just start striking up a conversation.
Okay. Any other strong feelings?
Nex is observing the pilots from a distance before talking to any of them.
Okay.
Same with the pawns.
Some brooders. I will say how this is going to work, as a bit of above the table understanding. When you meet a pilot, I will allow you to meet them, ask whatever questions, I'll give you a description of them, and then you can either choose to claim that pilot immediately, or we will move to somebody else, and they will then get to meet a pilot. For the sake of quick understanding, assume any information I give about a pilot, all of you will end up learning. Just imagine it takes more time, that you guys do kind of a round robin here.
Yeah.
So, whoever goes first will have the chance to immediately take a pilot if they like the sound of the guy. Or if you're more of a worrier about information or want to have more of an influenced opinion, then mayhaps going first is not your style.
Nex would definitely not be going first.
Okay. So, I guess Chenoweth is going first then.
I would feel as far as the Machoan would go, it's definitely like if the order goes out to, pick a pilot, pretty much, it would kind of be like, all right, which one kind of looks the part as far as like someone who really has like a religious piece on them or something.
Looking for someone with faith in their bones. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to start with Chenoweth, and then when we come to you, I'll have you roll a check to see if you can spot a more faithful individual among the pilots present.
Okay.
All right. Chenoweth. There's 2 pilots already standing here behind the command staff before they left, and they were both just, kind of at ease, vaguely, like, at attention, in the in-between state of, we're here. We're being good people and presenting ourselves. All right.
So
You have go on.
I was just going to say, can you give me a physical description real quick of Hella Stella and Gregory Chade?
Gregory Chade. Yes, of
Gregory Chade.
course.
Just quick physical description.
All right. For everybody. Gregory Chade looks to be in his 50s about. He's got more salt than pepper in his hair, and he's got it's a really old uniform. We're talking this uniform was definitely navy blue originally, and it's colorless now. Like it's if you imagined the flavor of a LaCroix, that is the amount of color on this uniform left. As well
That's
as
a description.
even at anyone's glance, you can tell that his left eye is dull. Like it's kind of grayed out and looks like he might be a little bit blind in his left eye, but his right eye is kind of a softly faded blue.
Okay.
And then Hella Stella. Hella Stella is a Valkyran, which means they spend their entire life essentially completely covered in a void suit as far as anyone else is concerned. Their outfit, which is normally a shade of green, has been dyed navy blue sometime vaguely recently. And at this time, they just stand at attention. They don't regale anyone or regard anyone unless they approach or speak to them. And there's not a lot to say past that. You can't see anything but an outfit, and the key note of every Valkyran is what they call their veils, which is a sealed helmet that have reflective glass plating so that you cannot see their faces within.
Yeah, Chenoweth goes up to the old salt who looks like he's been through a lot and is still alive and has a face. Because you got to be a lot more personable. Yeah, she's going for Gregory first.
Weird. All right. I didn't expect that. No, anyway. How do you want to strike up this conversation then?
So as the captain is walking away, noticing that there's the two pilots, and once again, one of them looks older, like he's gone through quite a bit and is still alive, which is a key point we'll get to. And also, he actually has his face exposed, unlike the other one. So, more personable, someone you can talk to, and get a little more feel for them.
Mm-hmm.
So she's basically just going to kind of scoot her way over. They just let so many people in. Such a weird group we've got assembled here, isn't it? Sergeant Chenoweth, inclusions. How you doing? She extends her hand out.
Gregory Chade, Navy. I'm well.
That's good. That's very good. So, you been in the service long?
Going on 40 years.
40 years. Seen a lot of action? A lot of campaigns?
He actually pauses for a moment. He holds up his hands, which are aged with time. There's the calluses, the cracks. These are damaged hands of the working man. And you see him counting something that isn't actually there as he tries to focus. I've flown over 200 hostile skies landings in my time.
200. Wow. At this moment, Chenoweth would like to make a scrutiny.
Of course.
She's terrible at it, but yeah, let's go for this anyways. Basically, just trying to assess how accurate is this guy's story so far. Does he look like that, or does he look like maybe he's on his last legs?
Cool. I'll give you a plus 20 to this check.
Yeah, sweet. I am just horrible at rolling today. All right.
He's apparently successfully flown over 200 hostile skies landings.
So in her mind, she's looking around and she sees the other pilots. She's like, "This guy has a track record. This guy has experience. If we go with this guy, we actually have a chance to live because he lived. So obviously, we'll live if he lives, or at least some of us will live. This is the best chance." This is what's going on in her mind right now. So she's like, "Great. Yeah. So my squad would love to be in your Valkyrie when we take off. Go with that?"
It's my job. I'll get you to the ground.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, much appreciated. She'll again extend her hand out for shake.
Yeah, he'll shake your hand. Roll strength.
Ooh, all right. Flat strength. I actually have decent strength. And it's a fail of
Does that count as being crit?
All right. I apologize, Chenoweth, but I'm gonna deal a point of damage to you for that.
all right, fine.
It's a strong grip.
You go for the handshake with this this very storied pilot, and something pops out of place from the strength of his grip.
her thumb just kind of like again, that she has a pained grin on her face, but this time it's not from the situation. It's literally just pain.
All right.
She kind of gives him a thumbs up, like
Above the table, are you then you're taking Shade for sure then?
yeah, he's a veteran pilot, and if he's a veteran pilot, that means that they have the best chance to live.
All right, I'm going to move him over
That's
to
her
your
thought.
group to indicate that he is now taken.
All right.
All right.
And with that, as Chenoweth is going back to the group, she turns to Bevan and say, "You got all the names?" She's going, sorry. "Hey, you got all the names?" Alright, good. That's why we bring you along. You got the mind like an iron trap.
I think at this point the Sabiel Vox operator would kind of sidle up and be like, "Excuse me, I didn't catch. You're the inclusions, right? I didn't catch your name." To the Vox operator.
Paul's muted. So give him a moment.
Shoot, I was muted. I apologize. So yeah, he's kind of fairly tall man, very sharp features. Yeah, looks to you, Bevan.
All right. I'm now going to present. Is anyone else chomping at the bit to meet a pilot?
Not particularly.
Not yet. Wouldn't mind making like an awareness roll to see which of these pilots that remain seem the most put
All right.
together, most military.
Well, you're in queue for that. We're gonna go to Haywire first then. As they are searching for a faithful person. And I need to double check a note. I know a couple faithful individuals here. Yeah. All right. So let's see. What's a good role to search for the faith of your fellow man? Let's see. I'm feeling a fellowship of some kind.
Yeah.
Maybe Common Lore Imperial Creed with Fellowship?
Yeah, I was, if I'm allowed to suggest, I would say either if they have some sort of faith, like Imperial Lore Creed or Common Lore Mechanicus, something like that, scrutiny is always viable, I think. And for specifically something like faith, fellowship would also be something that would work.
Okay. You know what? We haven't rolled this one very often. Ajax the Great, you're looking for a faithful person. I want you to roll inquiry.
Oh, it's better than 0.
I'll give you, since this is all friendly forces, I'll give you a plus 20.
I will gladly take.
I'll be honest, I completely forgot inquiry was even on these sheets.
You lie, Dice, you false hope. You lie.
You know, you haven't spotted one yet. You're not so certain. But if you want to forego your chance to meet a pilot right now, I'll let you remake the test when it comes back around to you again. Or you can take a shot in the dark.
You know, I'll wait for another check. I do got a good target number with that plus 20.
Okay. So, we're now going to either the pawns or the Sabiel.
I
Who's
think
gonna
we
meet
both
somebody?
want to do the same thing, which is an
Mhm.
awareness check to just take a look at the pilots.
Okay. I will let you pick one pilot to observe before you choose to approach somebody.
I'll observe the one right in front of me here.
Well, I gave you the description of that one already.
Oh, you did? I was probably
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
The
Hella
Veil
Stella.
Chiron.
That's Hella Stellar. Okay.
Yep.
All right, well, who's this guy over here?
I can repeat it if you really want it.
Not yet. We got a guy over here. I'll observe him.
All right. Awareness.
Alrighty.
They're rattling.
Okay. They're short.
Yeah.
Which one was that again? I didn't see the ping.
Rodney
Uh,
Lancaster.
Thank you.
We'll go talk to Rodney.
Going for it. All right. So as you approach, you'll notice they're kind of scruffy. They don't adhere to standard grooming procedures.
Hmm.
And they're presently, in a discussion with a guardsman and a naval rating. And right as you're walking up, there is an exchange of some kind, in which there's a handoff between all three individuals, and then immediately the rating steps away and the guardsman goes to the wall to observe, essentially, as this pilot turns to face the footsteps behind. His uniform is patchwork. It's so patchwork, in fact, that it might only be about 20% original Navy outfit, and all of the patches are very obviously taken from various active duty kits. Like, this person has basically rebuilt this entire uniform out of the uniforms of other regiments.
Interesting.
Hmm.
You were designated as a pilot.
Yeah, that's me. Pilot. Rodney Lancaster.
Unit designation 1A24A1. Designation fire. Inquiry. Your experience.
Okay. Well, most of the people around here have heard about me. You're a mechanical type, right? So I've probably flown about 3 or 4 dozen missions in my time here. Mostly hostile skies. I've done some landings, but I've also been an interceptor before. Kind of whatever's needed at the time, really.
So, an everyman.
I suppose. Sure. If that's what you want to call me.
Your uniform, it doesn't fit standard protocols. Please explain.
Get damaged in combat, gotta fix it, right? That's what I did.
There's a moment, a bit of a pause here as some gears are trying to turn in the brain, but there's an idea with the pawns that if something's broken or injured, you just leave it. You don't need it anymore. It's broken. It's not.
He
worth
should
it
have
anymore.
requested a new uniform.
He should have requested a new uniform.
Not dared to fix it.
Exactly. So something's not quite processing there. There's a few blinks. I am curious if he actually has flown a few dozen missions. So I don't know if I have a good scrutiny or not, but
you can go for it. You just tell me what you want to roll. I'll let you roll, and I'll give you info.
Let's see. Yeah, Arya will roll for this. She doesn't quite trust this scruffy individual. He's scruffy looking, so just a base scrutiny, no bonuses.
I'll give you a plus
Can you
10.
put all the dogs in the garage?
10. Alrighty.
I don't know why Stacy keeps letting them out after I put them in.
All right. And what were you trying to discern here?
Is he being truthful about having flown his missions?
You've got about what he has said is technically true.
Mm-hmm.
The best kind of true.
Technicalities. The bane of red tape. Interesting. Pilot Lancaster.
Yeah.
Please explain your previous missions.
You mean like all of them?
No, your transport missions.
Well, what exactly are you looking to know?
How effective are you? How efficient?
I believe I'm quite efficient, and anyone here would attest to that.
Are you ready to face death, pilot?
I'm in the Navy.
That does not answer the question. Are you afraid to die?
he actually sighs. He's like, look. I face death every time I exit these hangar doors. That hasn't stopped me from going out.
I see.
But I don't know why Stacy keeps letting them out after I pull them in.
And aim and fire, turn heel and leave.
Weirdos. And he waves over to the rating and walks back up and he starts talking to them again. All right. Next, Stabby L.
I am looking at Clifford Gisburn.
Oh, okay. Just gonna do a general observation before approach.
Yes.
Okay. He's he's about in his 30s, you'd say. He's wearing it's a bit different. It's not just a naval uniform. He's actually got a trench coat over the standard uniform, and it's fur-lined. But the fur is either dyed or is from a creature in which the fur is naturally a navy blue color. And as he stands overseeing, or more accurately talking to, an engine seer. He actually holds in his offhand a smoking pipe that is presently wafting some smoke into the air near him.
Yeah. Next we'll approach as like her Vox operator wanders off to try to get the name of the SD Vox operator.
As you approach, it's a simple conversation. It's like, "Are you sure you have to remove all the weaponry? I'm pretty sure I could make this flight with the gun still on." "No, I understand the orders you've been given. I'm just asking if you're certain." "Well, that's not the question I asked." And that's about when you approach.
Honestly, Nex approves of this. Nex is not a fan of the cogs and does like this guy's confidence.
Off to a good start. You haven't even spoken to him yet.
Nex will sort of wait for him to finish what he's doing. Is not being as quiet as she can be because she doesn't want to just be kind of lurking behind him.
So the conversation will go back and forth a bit, which is essentially just him like, "Come on, you can leave like the nose gun on, right? Like, it doesn't. You don't have to give it all of its ammo. I'm just asking for maybe 10 seconds worth of fire." "No? So I'm just gonna fly without anything?" "That's annoying." "Well, talking to a wall. Fine, finish the refit." And at that point, he like just turns. He's like, "Who are you? What do you want?"
Kill Sergeant Nex. Emeriga. Kill Host Magenta. I'm
Clifford Gisburn. They call me Coots. He extends a hand while raising the pipe to smoke from it.
She's seen enough interactions with people outside of Ameriga that she knows how to shake a hand. She did look like she was about to make a different gesture, but has the sense to adapt to the customs of the non-Ameriga. There was a reason she was given this assignment.
All right. Handshake occurs. Handshake accepted. Nods. Gestures vaguely with the pipe.
I am here as specialist support for the Sabiel 1st Rifles, and
he'll nod at that. He'll be like, I recognize I'm supposed to be with those guys.
Given their particular experiences, I felt that I should lend my expertise to helping ensure that we had the best pilot for our mission.
Oh. Really?
I see that you are also not fond of the cog boys pushing you around.
I prefer to do my own work on my Valk, thank you.
There's a respectful nod at that, you certainly seem confident in your abilities that you believe that the removal of the weapons is unnecessary for you to be capable.
Yeah, I'm normally an interceptor. Gun's worth more than fuel. You can glide in a Valk.
She nods at that. I see I'm not the only one here who's out of my normal role. She sort of looks over at where the Sabiel section is still engaged in their prayers.
As he goes to smoke, I'm going to ask for an awareness, scent-based.
All right.
And he'll also nod and speak on the good old, yeah, it seems, due to the priority necessity of this mission, we've had to put together a unique group. You can smell from this pipe, it is some ungodly combination of the ingredients of a low stub and ground recaf. The man is smoking weed and coffee grounds.
Oh. This does not strike Nex as weird, actually. There's definitely interesting things done on her planet. She's not going to judge, like, the plants that other people choose to use for, their recreation. I think she may have. I think that we found our pilot for the Sabiel, because I think Nex is liking what this guy is putting down.
Yeah, he'll basically that like there'll be that like silent like conversation that happens. He'll be like, "All right, so you want to ride with me then?"
Would be an honor.
Wonderful. He just vaguely gestures to the Valk behind him, just nods, just turns back around to continue observing the engine seers and their servants working on it. And we'll wrap back around now. Haywire, it's your chance to perform additional observations. And
Alright.
of course, you are aware of any information that the others have learned at this point, too.
Yes. Yay!
All right. As a matter of fact, there is an individual that bears an item that looks like it might be from the ecclesiarchy. Not the traditional, like, standard, like, not like a cross or, like, item of proper worship, but there's definitely something slung around his neck as he sits there. I'll ping for you. That looks like he holds it as though it is a holy item.
Alright, Ajax will then approach.
All right. I'll give
And
you
we'll...
the description as you approach here.
Yep.
He's sitting there, except he's not sitting on the ground. He appears to have brought his own fold-out chair and is sitting in the fold-out chair watching them work on his Valkyrie. A quick glance, you know, he's decently built, kind of a little lanky, standardly athletic. Looks like he could keep up with a soldier if he had to run. Not that pilots generally have to do that very often. He's a bit shorter than average. I think most of the guardsmen here would definitely stand above him, even the Valkyrans. And he's in just a pretty stock standard maintained outfit. Nothing else to really say.
Ajax is going to ask one question. Are you a man of faith?
He turns his head, and there's a very like passive look at first, and then as the question registers, because it takes like a second to actually like Ah, yes, I was just asked something. There's a smile. He goes, I believe the God Emperor himself guides my hand.
Fair enough. Myself and my unit would like to board your Valkyrie for the oncoming flight.
Done. As simple as that. Doesn't offer anything else. Like if you ask a question, he'll answer. But there you go. I'll just, for the moment, move your forces over to kind of indicate.
Yep. Sounds great.
All right, and we're back to Mr. Nunn, the pawns.
Well,
Your choices have unfortunately whittled down very fast.
Yeah, down to 2. I kind of figured that was going to be the case. Helistella here. Just observing, what is Helistella's demeanor? Is she twitchy, or is he twitchy, nervous?
She.
She,
You
okay.
can tell that. Certainly.
Okay. Rather even keel, just twitching around, just rocking back and forth on feet. Are they bored?
I wrote a word here that I do not remember the definition to. Give me a sec while I look that up. I'll be able to give you the personality real fast. Well, you approach the other one, so it's probably obvious you're approaching them.
Yeah.
Let's see. Going here. Word means this. Oh yeah. So, at a fast glance, like, there's not much going on. They've just been holding, like, vaguely, like, an at ease stance for the last few minutes. Like, they occasionally, like, slowly turn their head and look at one of the other groups, but they just remain here still. They don't show signs of fatigue. They don't, like, twitch. They don't, like, adjust their position very much. They just seem very, very passive, in a sense.
Okay. Yeah, aim and fire are going to approach this Valkyran.
All right.
You are designated a pilot.
As you approach, they will nod. As you get close, I'll also say that their veil, their helmet, has been painted in kind of a way that looks like a galaxy. Like if someone were to paint the Milky Way galaxy, but it's made of rose petals.
Sure.
And the edges on the right side have like frost painted on them, and the edges on the left side have like burn marks painted on them. And they nod at the question, like, yes, I am presently a pilot.
And your designation as name?
I am Pilot Stella, Hella Stella.
Unit designation 1A24A1, Luray, sharpshooter. Designation fire.
Crimson. Okay.
There's a slight kind of cocking of the head, trying to figure out what that means.
I don't know if you could, honestly.
Yeah, you want me to roll something to see if I can?
Do you have common lore Valkyrans?
No, I do not.
God, I don't think you can roll it then, unfortunately.
That's fine. That's fair. Inquiry. Explain to me your previous flight experience. What have you done?
I have flown about 4 transport missions at this point.
Okay.
I've been assigned as part of various transports protected by my various angelic cousins among the Navy.
Again, there's another little cocking of the head. before a little bit of a shake as it didn't compute, so it doesn't matter. Are you competent at flying?
There's like a pause of like, I must answer this truthfully. How do I answer this truthfully in the best way possible? According to my performance reviews, I am competent.
Okay. I'm liking this one. You are aware we are flying into the teeth of the enemy. How will you react?
Oh, I don't mind. I used to, before I flew, I was a recovery asset. I used to drive into battle, active combat to rescue the fallen vehicles.
Okay. So you have experience in combat.
Yes. I was present during the Lycran reclamation.
A Lycran desert.
As if you would know.
Well, yeah, that's fair. They'd probably know of the planet, not much beyond that.
I like the idea. It's like a Lycran, your corporal. It's a desert.
Exactly. Desert. Ah, yes. My squad and I need transportation to the planet. Would you comply?
I am in no place to deny. It is my job. It is my duty.
Very well then. I extend my... There's a moment of pause as the right word is trying to come to mind to him because he's programmed to fight, not much more.
Mm-hmm.
My thanks. And we're going to take the Valkyran.
Roll an agility test.
Agility.
Just generic.
Oh, I missed the Valkyrans.
All right. You confirm that you are going to be flying with the Valkyran.
Yes,
and then,
I have.
I imagine you turn to doubly confirm it with your corporal, and you are now being hugged by the Valkyran.
This arms up is moment of processing. And hold on, I need to roll a quick something just to see if they understand what this is.
What gesture is this?
There's 3 pats on the back, and they're there.
The most robotic response. It's enough. After a moment, they release you and they nod and they present you my Valkyrie's that one. I call her Rose Petal. She's gonna get us there, and start just kind of babbling about her Valkyrie parked in the hangar.
Okay. Aim and Fire are going to go up to that Valkyrie and start inspecting, and start discussing to each other what the vehicle designation Rose Petal looks like, what its capabilities are, is it well armored, and just go through their routine of observing.
You'll notice for all of these Valks, they're all being stripped down. They're all getting absolutely tore apart. This Valk was painted entirely. It probably perfectly matched the veil she was wearing, but with all of the rearming and retrofitting, most of that is now gone. It's basically it just has nose art at this point, but it was obvious it used to be a full vehicle paint job.
There's a moment of, this vehicle was customized. I concur. Not within Imperial norms. I concur. Noted.
We must dress our sacred mothers in their finest.
Sacred Mothers. Is this how you
Yes.
refer to all vehicles?
Well, no. Just like the Valkyries, like the Chimeras, the transport, the ones that care for those within.
I see. What is care?
Huh. And we're going to cut the camera away from that. As Avail Kyron has a small existential crisis. What is care? Receipt. You get another hug. That's probably how that resolves itself. What is care?
There.
Hug. there. All right. You've all picked your pilots at this point. I will ask if there's any like personal interactions you may want to have if you want to like talk with the other groups. If you want to put in your requisition, you may do so now.
The Vox operator successfully get the name of the SD Vox operator?
Oh, yes, the Vox operator would be willing to give their name on a request. Let's see, I'm double check. I don't want to give you the wrong name. I've got a lot of names here. The SD operator 3-4 is Ira Na.
And the Vox operator will get back to the rest of the squad, who's probably making their way over to the Valk now. I will go first on my request if nobody has anything they want to do.
Actually, looking at my notes, my Vox operator actually has a question for your Vox operator.
Okay.
So
Sure.
in that exchange, in the earlier exchange, when you asked for his name, he's going to ask 4142.
4142? Was that the full question?
Yes.
There's a definitely confusion. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean.
Yvette Griff, Galatius Huff.
Yes.
You are which?
Gallianus Half, Auxilia Squad Secundus Sabiel First Rifles.
He just kind of nods. And that's it.
That's 4-2.
Well, that's 4-2. Yep. If you can't tell, my Vox operator is very curt with all of his communications.
I love what people have chosen to do with their various Vox operators. Okay. Haywire, do you have anything?
Nope, I think I'm good.
All right, so I guess we'll get to requisitions then.
Next, I'd like to requisition signaling devices, flare guns, for her squad as an alternative means of communication to the Vox, just in case.
Okay. That's a fairly reasonable request, honestly. Since you know there's going to be Vox issues and you've been alerted to this, I feel like the captain would find that that's pretty reasonable. I'll give you a commerce roll with a +20.
And I need to check a rule. One moment.
It shouldn't necessarily interact with anything with your regiment. This is the generic form of commerce because you're technically doing it through the captain.
So, poorly provisioned wouldn't apply here?
No.
Okay. That's still a failure.
You are provided a single signaling device with one flare.
Honestly, that's fine. By next, she'll keep it for herself.
It is a blood red flare that in the handbook indicates your squad is dead.
Ah.
All right. Any other requests? You each can make one.
I would
In
like to
between two
request
Mm-hmm.
smoke grenade.
Smokes. That's pretty easy to get generally. Are you looking to outfit your whole squad?
At least like one fire team.
Okay. In this case, given the kinds of forces that are on this vessel, I'll let you do a commerce plus 30.
Okay, quick question.
Yeah.
Because I have the supplied ability or trait.
Yes.
And that's the plus 20 if anything's requested by squad lead. Is that
You can use that for this test as well.
Okay. Character sheet and
Because that's a benefit you're getting from your fire team as well. So it's I'll let that stack.
so okay.
Dang. Nice
It was
roll.
a command, though.
Oh,
Yeah, that's command, not commerce.
Oh, thank you. Oh Jesus. Okay, I'm not gonna fail this. Hopefully. I speak too soon, maybe.
Oh, wow.
no. You 50 with a target of 103. That's
Only
6 degree
failable
success.
on a critical failure.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I was like, speak too soon.
All right. You personally, you know what? You get 12 smoke grenades. You request it, and a runner will arrive with just basically a case. You may divvy it up between your teams and yourself as you see fit.
Okay. Kind of an RP moment, if I can.
Oh yeah, go for it.
With receiving these 12 grenades, I would like to go to other squads and give 2 each, saying that these are to be used in emergency situations. That
I'll
with
also,
seeing,
if you desire, since you rolled so good, if you want to pick a color for the smoke, you can make it colored smoke.
it would be not the fire red, but a fire orange.
Orange smokes. All right.
Ajax would approach each group and kind of same spiel amongst all, that these are, emergency use only. If I or anybody sees this, hail me, or we will be on our way with great haste. That we firmly believe that we will not leave anybody behind, no matter what cost it will come to us. That we will come.
The Sabiel will accept those gladly.
The inclusions will as well, although you'll notice that some of them start taking it. Actually, all of them will start taking out something, and they'll start marking it because they actually come with smoke grenades by default. So they need marking for special grenade.
Oh yeah, the Sabiel would as well actually have to mark it because they also have 5 smoke grenades a trooper.
Dang.
Nice.
Wow. The pawns will accept it, but give a weird quizzical look at the idea of retrieving broken tools.
They don't believe in saving their own lives.
We really
Fair
don't.
enough.
I will
fact,
say you don't necessarily have to mark these ones. They will have a orange stripe around the bottom, metal.
Ah,
Kind of that kind of metallic ribbon that aluminum cans have.
mm,
And in rhythm and rhyme, we will deploy ours in moments of need.
The SD's sergeant will kind of accept it very kindly. Like, you're gonna give me something? Okay, I'll take it. I'll gladly take it. Thank you.
Okay. Debating which one I want to take. No, I'll do it. There's one thing I want to request.
Okay.
A red dot sight. Or a red dot laser sight. I want to see if I can get one or multiple.
Are you going for one or multiple?
Well, let's just go for one. After all, my sharpshooter needs a sight.
Commerce plus 15.
Plus 15. Let's see. Commerce plus 15. Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured. All right.
All right. So is that it then? We got all the requests.
well, the inclusions do have a request, but for RP moments, how is it? Do we have to go and approach someone for this, or is there someone like coming around with a clipboard for any last minute requisitions?
You were asked to provide your requisition to the captain because they would be submitting it on your behalf.
Okay, got it. Well, if someone was coming around, I was going to make a sarcastic requisition first, but if we have to go to the captain, Chenoweth, actually, before that, I think this is going to be an important part. Chenoweth would like to actually eye up the Estes.
Oh.
And would like to get an assessment of specifically their armor.
All right. You may awareness or scrutinize.
I did not take either on Chenoweth. All right. Could I make an argument for Imperial Guard?
Sure. I'll allow you to roll Imperial Guard.
Okay. It's a better roll. Yeah.
Even with a degree of failure, I will give you, they are not wearing guardsman armor.
Mhm.
It's like, that is not Carapace. It looks kind of like Carapace, but that is markedly not Carapace.
Chenoweth is basically Chenoweth is debating between firepower or survivability right now. And taking the observation, seeing it, well, I mean, we've got crack grenades. That should be fine. We should be fine with that. So, with that, she is going to put in her request for, let me double check the name, photo visors.
Visors,
So basically night vision goggles.
Right.
Very useful piece of equipment I carry.
Good stuff. All right. For your whole squad, obviously.
Yes, preferably.
Do you want to gamble a little harder?
She's got a 2 in commerce, so yeah, let's do this. Let's gamble.
Okay, first roll me a luck.
Okay. Nice.
Hey, still good on mine.
Do you want that to be a success?
Yes.
Take a
'Cause-
D4 of corruption.
Done.
All right. That
Let's
rolled.
see. Journal corruption 4. Oh wait, that's right, D4. Hey, max corruption.
So what happens is you approach the captain, and you present your case of like my forces could really benefit with some photo visors, as I'm sure there will be night operations. It would be a great boon. We don't have access to such things. And the captain like looks up at Chenoweth, is like, I think your team will your fellow squads will be able to make up for your deficit in this manner. And they just kind of like turn and wave you off. And that's when the Respectus officer steps forward, and she goes, the captain may have been a bit curt with that, as they do not require visual aids to perform their duties. However, I recognize that as a human of the Imperium, that this is a necessity for your task. I will retrieve some visors for your forces, personally.
Very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Respect.
Respectus.
Apologies. What rank is that?
I am equivalent to a commissar.
Oh, lovely. Thank you, Respectus officer.
Anytime.
Very nice.
And they speed off, and they will come back with a box of photo visors that are painted the same like raspberry purple as their uniform is. And they'll present them to your group and be like, as you requested. May they serve you well.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
And as they leave, everyone's taking them out there. They actually kind of like the raspberry because they're like, hey, something that's not blue. Very nice.
Hey, it's weird and it's not in our colors. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Apply the 4 points of corruption to both of your fire teams as well, by the way.
Oh, this is going for okay.
Yes. You requested for everybody. It's only fair.
Yeah, that's true. Meanwhile, Chenoweth is saying, so, let's try to stay on their good side. Apparently, that's a commissar of some sort. The entire squad just
drained out of all of them, like
exactly. Like, yeah, they gave us stuff. Yeah. And one of them just kind of looks, Jenny, just nah. I just, and she's like, I know, we'll deal with it. We'll get through this. I hope we haven't thrown their eye. I hope so too. I really hope we don't.
Wonderful little moment there.
Mm.
Anyone else have an RP moment they might want to explore? You can also ask questions of your allied forces or of the leadership if you desire to.
I would ask, each individual squad, whether it be squatters two can take up, if there's any like personal belongings of sorts that they would like retrieved if they were to fall.
Ooh.
And then express that in the Machoan belief that there is the card, and I'll once the point to the card that is kind of the insignia for rank and file for the Machoan that would be on Ajax, and say it is our firm belief that this card is almost like retrieving the soul for safe burial, and ask if there's anything of importance to them.
So you're essentially asking and providing, like, hey, we have a sacred item we retrieve on death. Do you guys have an item like that? Will
Yeah.
tell us.
Yeah.
So I think for the inclusions, they would be of the mindset effectively of technically our dog tags need to be sent back to the homeworld. But nobody really cares, number one. And number two, all of our other stuff, we like our other stuff. We get buried with it. Anything that was in camp is fair game to be divvied up. Anything that was on your person when you died in the field, you're buried with it.
The Sabiel would definitely want their cognomen tags sent back to their families.
Yeah, the pawns
Corn
don't
is still-
care.
Corn is still following you around there, Valis, I see.
The pawns have no idea what, like, this even means.
That's true. We really don't. We're
Personal
tools meant
items?
for use.
The SDs will effectively give you the... They'll essentially say all of our items were given to us for war, so we have no personal items at this point.
And respectively, Ajax will just take note of all these things.
I think, in fact, specifically the sergeant will also tell you the most meaningful thing you could take is a memory.
Okay, yeah, the one thing that the pawns
stories
will say,
to be told, I see.
I know how the pawns will respond to this now, actually. Any
No,
gear
it's
that
okay.
Is... No, I want to do this. Any gear that's worth saving, return back to the regiment.
Okay.
Anything that still functions.
All right, you were going to continue, Haywire? I don't want to interrupt.
Ajax will say that he will treat all of the above listed as if it was the card in which his troops hold. That no matter life or limb, they will die to make sure that they receive their appropriate destinations.
Very meaningful words from the faithful. All right. Any other requests, questions? This is going to be your last chance to get info before you're thrown into the situation.
Well, actually, I guess Chenoweth, at this point, if Clark Ward is available, will probably go up to him.
You finally come back. He's like, handshake time.
Finally.
You lived. Good.
Hey, barely. Don't know how anyone does it around here.
Shall we try?
Hey. So, we got our mission. You on this mission with us?
Yeah, 4-1, Romer.
You're for one. Good.
Yeah, I think they've got me on first platoon. Yeah, I think I'm with first platoon for this. Wait. He pauses. Second platoon. I'm with second platoon.
Hey. We're third. Second squad. Yes. Curiosity. You've been standing here longer than us. Anything that they're not telling us?
I haven't heard anyone else say it's a suicide mission.
I mean, that part.
Ah, hold on. Pauses for a second. There's a storm. They don't know if it's 1 day out or 2 days out. But, Valkyries would have been grounded in it.
That's why we're going now. Okay. That makes sense. All right.
I think it's also why the pilots were aroused from all sorts of groups.
Hey. Just a regular rainstorm? Or is there anything weird on this planet?
I couldn't really glean anything too specific about it. Just that it would have grounded the aircraft.
Hey. If it's just rain, the Great Hammerhead's got our back. No problem.
Oh yeah.
Also, apparently there's some forest, so we can make rafts if we need to. This is always a problem.
Never ends.
Hey. So with that, basically the conversation is going to kind of turn into small talk at that point. Probably the group will sit around playing like one last group of cards together before they go to their inevitable death.
You got any two
yes.
Skillfish?
There's one of them has probably stuck in just a little bit of an amasec, and they're pouring a couple drops between each other.
Makes sense. All right, right on. Anyone else want to make inquiries of your fellow guardsmen? I will say there is a commissar in the room, just in case if it wasn't clear. There is a commissar present. It wasn't just the Respectus present. It's just for your platoon specifically, you have a Respectus instead of a commissar.
Mm-hmm.
Or not platoon, for your company, I should say. My bad.
Yeah.
Misspeak. All right. Well, it seems like everyone's kind of still a little like to themselves a bit, mostly just like, it's that calm before the storm. It's like that whatever's coming, we're just going to have to deal with it. That kind of acceptance and that preparation is happening. So, as like the next hour comes to an end, the lighting will shift in here from like the clean white to like a yellowish tone. And all of the like guardsmen and ratings will start pulling away. The engine seers will leave the Valkyries, and you'll see all of your other platoons as well as some of the command staff preparing to load in. You all know which Valkyries you'll be going to. You all know your pilots, and I may ask you to remind me who your pilot is. So please make sure you have their name taken down.
Is that a trick question? I did not ask my pilot's name.
That's true. You just said, "Are you a man of faith?" And then, yeah.
All right, I'll give you the name.
No, I see the name. I've already got it. I got it written down.
Okay.
But I was like, trick question here.
Your character doesn't need to know. Yeah, your
Okay.
character doesn't need to know. You as a player need to, because this next part of the session is going to be a bit more above table than on table.
Fine.
So we're going to be going into a mini game, folks.
Yay!
Is everyone ready for the Demood landing?
Yes.
Yes.
It's definitely Demood right now.
Yep.
All right. I will move us over to the mini game I have dubbed the Flight of the Valks.
One problem with jump cages, it takes forever to load. There we go.
So long. All right.
I should quickly, might as well just grab a copy of some tokens here. You guys will have to track. If you get hits, you will have to track on your fire team tokens as well as on your sheets. I will make sure to grab the relevance. As I've kind of walked through the basic rules of this minigame before, but I will do so again shortly.
My squad is not here.
I know. That's why I said I'm grabbing tokens.
Okay.
Back over. Okay. Now, who's got who?
I have
The inclusions
Maverick.
have Gregory.
Gory
So-
inclusions.
There we go.
Yep. Pawns have Hella.
All right. That means Machoan have this guy. Who's that guy? I don't know. We'll figure the name out eventually, won't we? Okay.
Of little problem, as faith will bring me forward.
I didn't grab a Valk token. Let me grab a Valk token real quick for the Sabiel. That's my bad. They were kind of a late design token, so they didn't get in when I was putting this together.
Then we had the whole issue with everything turning red, which is luckily
Yes.
fixed now.
Yeah.
Roll20 had a glitch that made all tint red by baseline, which made everything really tough to understand, and it only affected players, which made it really strange.
Yeah. For some reason, it affected me longer than everyone else, too.
Hope is out.
Set. Okay. You each have a Valkyrie. We are using a simplified health system. The Valkyrie can absorb up to 5 hits, at which point it is going to be going down. I'm assigning control right now. Rasp, your new token should be controllable.
It is?
All right. So, this little focus ping. This is the formation hexes. At the beginning of every turn of the landing, you will be allowed to switch your position in the formation as you see fit. You're going to be playing a kind of game of minefield versus AA guns. When it is your turn, players will be able to call out actions they wish to take or RP moments they wish to have to try and sway or learn more about the upcoming potential AA fire. And your pilots are here to help you in whatever way they can to help you get through this. Every turn, the person in the lowest numbered position is designated the formation leader and chooses which direction you move on the map. The altitude is rated from 0, being crashed, all the way up to 5. The Valkyrie pilots will not go up to altitude 6, as that is in range of the anti-orbital, and you will be instantly vaporized if you do. You will be able to adjust your altitude every turn as you see fit, and I will let you know that the enemy AA functions on a very simple gamble that you all will get to choose between every time, which is the lower you are, the less likely you are to be shot at, but the more likely you are to be hit. And the higher you are, the more likely you are to be shot at, but the less likely you are to be hit. Does this make sense?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what was vaporize? I missed that one.
6. 6 and above. By default, you are all going to start at 3, but on your first turns, you may adjust as needed. I've given you a runway that is the vague geography of the regions you're passing through. And the first, you guys are starting in the back as your third platoon. Consider yourself in low orbit / entering the atmosphere on these first few tiles, and then over the ocean once you hit the blue. So you will have some time to orient and organize yourself. All right. Everybody understand what I've said so far?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we feel we are ready to undertake this landing game?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
ready.
I'm good to go.
All right. So the klaxons blare, the Valkyries start deploying, and you each embark with your chosen pilots as you begin the assault on Demood. It's a tense few minutes at first, as one can never be absolutely certain that the Imperial Guard intelligence is correct, and there's that tense. Some of you with less faith perhaps might have those moments of doubt where we're just going to get vaporized any second. But you are informed that the approach vector is good. Everyone is in formation. And I would like to, at this time, ask... you know what? No, we're going to go down the line. First squad, what point in the formation do you want to take?
Do you want me to just move it to the orange?
Yep. Go ahead and pick your spot.
Okay. I'm gonna hit that 4.
Center formation. Affirmative. Second squad, where are you in the formation? Your pilots defer to squad leaders in this landing. So always keep in mind your squad leader is effectively the one choosing these actions.
All right. Going with 5.
All right. Third squad.
I'll take 3. Why not?
Roamer.
I will actually take the front position.
Okay. How the NPC squad, how fourth squad will act is I will assign them this first position, but they will not move unless you request them to move otherwise.
Okay.
So keep in mind, some of their movements must be determined by players for the sake of fairness. So they will take the 6th position. All right. Are we all satisfied with this?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to grab a little bit of thematic music for myself because it will help me focus. We cannot play this music on YouTube, as I'm sure it is copyrighted. But I will send this in the player chat in case anyone wants to see what I'm listening to. This will also... You know what? I'll actually send it in a public chat in the mess hall on our community Discord, which is joinable via the link on our YouTube channel.
Yes, that has finally gone live. Finally, open free community again. Yay!
Accurate. All right. Let's see. I need to reposition some forces slightly on our first look. Actually, no, we're good. All right. You're all lined up for approach vector. You're in the pike. You're moving in on your objective. Remember, the further you get, the closer you will be to your objective. If you were to land at the beach, which you all can choose to do to forego potential damage, you're looking at roughly a 3 days journey to make it to the objective. Your
Sounds
captain
like a lot of walking.
will have expressed
does.
to you that they do not want to use the full 3 days on this assignment, that they are trying to come in as an efficient force. I will also mention that for the purpose of this flight, the chaplain is with his fellow Machoan, first squad.
Very good.
Your pilots will have special abilities. None of you know them yet. However, I will reveal them if they come up, and then you may use that knowledge to help you in the future. All right. Romer, you have the lead. You may move one tile on the map. You guys are 1-3.
I'm going this way.
All right. The first few turns will be rather fast because you are not even in play as of yet.
Mhm.
So, the next turn comes. Your fellow forces move. Romer, you are still in the lead, assuming nobody wants to switch.
All right. I am moving us.
All right. I will ask, does anyone want to shift their altitude or their intended starting altitude?
My intended starting altitude is 2.
Yeah, I'm shifting down to 2 as well.
You may alter the bauble on your token to say 2.
I think we're going to shift up to 4.
Up to 4. Understood.
How does do? Oh no.
You click on your token, and there's the little circle button that pops up underneath it. And that opens the baubles. And then you scroll down, and you can uncheck the 3, and then check whatever desired altitude you wish.
Where did it go now?
It's there. It's just hidden under the others.
Okay.
You got 3 and 4. You got 3 and 4 right now, so you need to click the show one you don't want.
I see.
There you go. All right. I'm assuming everybody wants to maintain this formation at this time?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm good.
All right. Romer? Presently, you still have stable communications. However, the pilot will mention that you are already starting to receive interference trying to check in with the other platoons. You are all appraised of this. If you wish to take an action or perform anything at this time, you may. Otherwise, we will keep going.
Keep going.
Let's keep going.
All right.
I would like my Vox operator to attempt to cut through the noise.
Okay. Tech use test.
All right.
You're going to
Any
try and
modifier?
aid your pilot in getting through. This first one will just be flat.
35 or 45. You're good.
All right. Let's see. You will maintain a connection with your allied forces at this time. And because of that, you will receive your first report. I will move down a few tokens. Remember, you can reference these to understand what potential enemy AA is present. As first platoon and second platoon call out the positions of AA on the beach. More specifically, on a cliff above the beach. They will appear in just a moment. All right. You may move. First platoon is going to report taking hits, but nothing serious at this time. Second platoon is also reporting that they are taking fire from AA. Romer, you are still in the lead if no one wants to change position.
All right. And I think I actually want to start out at 1.
Diving low. All right. You guys are now officially on the game board. You are flying over ocean. You are no longer at near space. So you're actually at your altitudes you've designated yourself at this time. Welcome to the game. I will now move your allied pieces again, and as no one wants to switch their positions, the roamer can lead your force.
Continue.
All right. You are not in range of AA yet. You also have positive ID on AA locations to help judge where you should be flying in at.
All right.
Hold. Do not move. I need to double check your positioning on my map. Still good. Adjust that. That's caught up. You are going to receive a transmission from 1-1. They have identified the location of another AA emplacement.
All right.
However, you will notice that as you get closer to land, there is more static on the Vox. You're starting to get more interference. And it's becoming harder to keep communication with 1-1. 1-2 is not yet affected by this.
Let me know when I need to make another check to maintain communication.
All right. Oh, my bad. To shift this to here. That's its actual position right now. Okay. Next moves will occur.
All right.
Okay, I'm
And
dropping
now-
down to 1.
You're dropping down. Okay.
To 1, yep.
You have officially hit your first AA tile. I'm going to bring it down. You are facing a left cut.
Uh-oh.
The AA quality is green, yellow, red, with green being the least likely to hit and red being the most likely to hit, and yellow being in between. As a note, if anyone is occupying the formation slot 1, then green AA slots are not fired upon, generally. So, welcome to your first bout of AA. We'll go down the list quite simply. We're starting with our formation leader. I am going to I'm going to run this similarly to how I did before. You're going to be performing luck rolls with modifiers I determine based on where you are in the formation. Understand?
Got it.
All right. First and foremost, you are going to make a luck roll with a target of 75.
Nice.
Very nice.
Right.
16.
Yeah.
All right. You are not shot at this turn. Pawns, same roll.
Okay. The 100 targets 75.
Nice.
All right. Next up, Machoan. You're flying at altitude 4, and you're in a red line of fire. You need to make a luck roll with a 21 target.
Lie to me, dice. You lie.
All right,
Does
so the enemy
17
spots
work,
you,
too?
and you are going to be shot at. In which I will roll luck for the enemy shooting at you.
Nice.
So let me grab some enemy forces. I'm just going to use a generic fire team sheet because at the end of the day, this is just a luck roll. And we're going to see if you get tagged. It's slot 4. All right. And this is red line of fire. That's our
Fair
first hit. Who's your pilot?
Maverick.
Maverick Margrave. Let me check their special ability. Ah, this does proc their special ability. Maverick Margrave Maximus has the pilot special ability, Hope You're Buckled Up. Anytime the Valk is about to take damage, you may make a 50-50 luck roll to avoid the damage.
Oh,
Would
fun.
you like to do so?
Yes.
All right.
Hey.
All right. You successfully avoid taking the actual hit of the AA fire. However, 1d4 passengers must take a point of damage as he violently jinks out of the way of AA fire.
Not like that. Not like that. It's slash. Oh. Of course.
Ouch.
Painful.
All right. So 4 people within this Valk need to take 1 point of damage. At this time, because this is a pilot special ability, I will let you assign damage to whoever you desire.
Hi.
It will be completely random when you take AA, but pilot special abilities will allow you to manually assign. All right. The Estes. I'll just roll a luck off the pilot sheet. They are holding at 3. They were hit in a red zone. Chance to be shot at. Failure. They are shot at. Chance to hit. They are not hit. So the SDs managed to narrowly avoid incoming fire. And the inclusions.
Yep.
You are presently at 4,
Yes.
and you're at 4 on a yellow tile.
Correct.
All right. Roll luck. Target 31.
31.
You are
All right.
safe. Congratulations.
Woo.
All right. That is your first turn of taking AA fire. Is it this time I'll ask if anyone wants to shift altitudes or adjust your position in the formation.
No, we good.
think that I would like to shift back to position 7.
All right.
Remaining at altitude 1.
I'm good at 3.
5 is fine.
So no one is going to take position 1?
I'll take position 1.
All right. Please move forward then. Just double checking some things.
We start to come over land. Could
Did you move?
Yeah, I went up on top.
Okay, I need to move your allied platoons then. Sorry. Just 1 second.
As we start to come over land, I would like Nex to use her expertise as a tracker and a survivalist to help the pilot hug the contours of the land to minimize our visibility.
Okay, you want to try and boost your stealth as a pilot, essentially, right now.
Yes.
I will allow that. You may make a check. However, I'm also going to alert you that Vox connection is unstable, so someone in your squad will have to attempt to hold on to it, or you will lose contact with first platoon.
Okay. What do you want me to roll here?
I'll take a stealth roll, penalized at -20.
All right. And also I need to not have my bonus on it for Chameleon. Do we have fate?
No,
Okay.
your
Only
sergeants.
sergeants.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So your actions are done. Does anyone else in the team want to attempt to hold on to the Vox connection with 1-1?
All attempts to. Why not?
All right.
Okay.
Alrighty, so it's my mechanized
It's a tech use test.
Alrighty.
I only got one person that's mediocre, but I love that.
Awesome.
That's a good
181.
roll.
181, yes.
181 holds on to communications with combined 1-1.
Low.
I will inform you. 1-2, by the way, will give you. They've located another AA gun. And 1-1 will also inform that they have sighted an upcoming emplacement.
Is it supposed to be that big?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Size to indicate range of effect, generally.
Oh, fun.
These are important.
Yes, and you moved forward a tile. You're over the beaches right now, as you said.
Yes.
Okay. I will let you know that you are currently on a safe tile. Congratulations. So we will reset back to the top of the line. I will move the Allied forces, and then you may choose your next point of movement.
Well, I'm going to go forward.
All right. You have hit an AA tile. You are facing the lamb.
Oh, gee, come on.
I will remind you that as long as the number 1 spot is occupied, green tiles are not fired upon.
But
So the only one taking fire this turn will be the Machoan.
Oh, by the faith of the Emperor.
All right. You are currently at altitude level 4. You're taking a red shot. So that means you roll luck with a target of 21 to see if you are seen.
21? That is not 21.
You are seen. Incoming enemy fire.
Do I do the buckle up?
They miss.
Oh, thank you.
And that concludes the lamb. We have an event occurs on this next move. I will move the tokens, and you will then learn of the event. As you have maintained Vox communication, you will receive a priority call. All of you will hear this through your Voxes. Grab this real quick. This is 1-1 actual. Charavant speaking. We have encountered an enemy variable previously non-assumed. They have an interceptor in the sky. We are under attack. Be advised. And that will be the report received that you are now made aware of.
Ah.
And
Lovely.
for clarification, 1-1 actual is with Squad 1 or Platoon 1, correct?
1-1 actual is part of Platoon 1. Yes.
Got it. Because they are command, so I just
Yes.
want to make sure they're still with them. Okay, good to know. Good to know.
All right.
Move. Yes.
Yes, you may make your next move now. Oh boy, here I go killing again.
Oh, come on. But
I'm gonna let you know you're gonna encounter a lot of AA no matter what.
I know.
If I'm right, and the big ones are 2 tiles, the small ones are 1 tile, there is not a way through here that doesn't go through AA tile.
Generally, yes, there is no guaranteed safe path. I will let you all know that as players. You will find occasional safe tiles based on their dispersion, but there is not a safe path that will avoid all of them. All right. We're facing the right cut, as it were. We're going to start with the Machoan. You're on a yellow tile. You're currently at altitude level 4. Roll a luck target 31.
Mm-hmm.
All right, they see you. We're going to take a shot. That's a hit. Do you want to invoke your pilot special ability, or would you just like to take the hit?
At this time, I'm gonna go ahead and take the hit.
Okay. Now I will ask for a 50-50 luck roll to determine if they hit the Valk itself or if they hit the cargo bay. Okay. With that, the Valk takes a hit, reduce its health by 1.
Okay.
Pawns.
I'm here. Let's do this. Hit me.
All right. Luck roll target 65.
Alrighty.
Ouch.
I said hit
So
me.
close.
So
78.
You're on a red tile. They get a
I
bonus
am.
to hit you. You are flying low. They have a big bonus to hit you.
Yes, they do. They definitely hit me.
Roll of 33, target 95.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Please, luck roll.
Sure thing.
All right. Cargo bay hit.
Okay.
You have um if you will take 5 fire team hits.
Okay. I can just do this.
You may roll fire team hits
5.
and disperse them between both, or you may choose a fire
Okay.
team to take all of them.
I'll disperse them between both. So
All
full
right, please
10.
roll your fire
1
team
through
hits.
5 is 1 through 5 is mechanized. 6 through 10 is hidden pawns. Okay. So
Inclusions. Luck roll. Target 21.
21. 10.
The inclusions have been so lucky so far.
Well, no, now that we're in the battle, we have luck. Didn't have any before.
Hey, sometimes that's how it goes.
Yep. I'm not complaining.
Estes. Estes are not shot at. And then we have Sabiel. You're on a yellow
All right.
tile. Luck roll 75 target. You're taking a hit,
And we're low.
and you're low.
mm-hmm.
Is there a pilot ability that applies?
Your pilot is?
Clifford.
Yes, as a matter of fact. Let me double check the wording, though. Maybe. Roll luck to see where you're hit.
All right.
I believe that's a Valkyrie hit.
Following previous pattern, yes.
Yes. That is a Valkyrie hit. The pilot ability cannot work on a Valkyrie hit.
Okay. Then I guess we just take a damage.
Yep. All right. Congratulations. You've survived the next bout of AA. I will move tokens. Allied tokens, and then you may shift your altitude or position if you desire.
Wherever we are, it's been good luck to us so far. We're not changing.
How lovely.
I
All
would
right.
like to reattempt my stealth maneuver.
Okay.
Or
Move over to 2.
I'm gonna unfortunately call this as a minus 30 penalty, and it will get
That's-
greater every time.
That'll do it.
All right. The next time you are targeted by AA, it will miss, but then this bonus will fade.
Okay.
Does anyone else want to take special actions? The Machoan is leading the group, so they do not get a special action. They just choose where you go. This was on the fly balancing, just to let you know.
I think we're fine for now.
Yeah, I'm fine for now.
Okay.
And just to clarify, that is next time that I would be shot at, right?
Yes.
So as long as we evade being detected, the bonus does not go away.
Right. The next time there is a successful detection, that you don't penalize the detection, just the next time there is a successful
Yes.
detection.
I was
The
just making
shot
sure
is not happening.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood.
Yeah, you have that right. All right, then. Next shot inbound. Let's see, double check your location. Are that what I think it is? Sorry, I have a special map that I have to confer with to make sure I'm doing this right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yep, got it. All right, you are targeted by X-Wing.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Fun.
Because the 1 slot is occupied, the 7 slot is not attacked. Additionally, and I apologize, I had a moment where I forgot about a certain ability. Pawns, your pilot's ability will be revealed here.
Okay.
Your pilot is Hella Stella, correct?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Hella Stella's ability is we protect each other. Yellow tiles are considered green for this Valk. However,
Holy crap!
they are not protected by the 1 slot.
Oh.
Cool. Let's do it. I'm down. Let's use the ability.
All right. I'm just copying it into my notes right now to make sure I have that available to look at. Okay. But first, we need to start with the Machoan, because they're the first ones taking fire.
Oh, I'm green. All right.
Yeah, you're green, which means there's a penalty to the enemy and a boon to you.
Yep.
All right. You are currently at which altitude?
3.
Altitude 3. You're receiving the green boost. Roll luck, target 60.
Corn.
Wrong god.
Ah, corn.
All right.
It's got it
They're
out
going
for
to
you.
roll to hit. They miss.
The fates be tempting the faithful.
That they do. Pawns.
You know, it's a little awkward because, the chaplain's here and I have somebody in my squad that's mouthy, but can't do it in front of the chaplain.
Ah. Pawns.
Yes.
You're on a green tile.
Yes.
You are at which altitude?
1.
Altitude 1. All right. Roll luck, target 85. You are not spotted.
Oh, good.
Slot 5. Conclusions.
Yep.
You're on a yellow tile.
Yep.
Altitude.
4.
Luck, target 31.
68. That is a fail.
Sad. All right. You said 4?
Yep.
All right.
And I would also like to ask at this point, is there a pilot ability that's kicking in?
Well, they miss.
They miss. So no.
Okay.
Fair enough, my man. Pip, pip.
All right. Moving on with life.
The Estes are critically hit. Or critically
Oh.
seen, I should say, not critically hit. But I will give the enemy a bonus to shoot at them. That was not present before this.
That should be tracked, right?
Yes.
Yes, that needs to be on the report. Thank you for mentioning it.
I will mark that.
That they are 4th squad.
Oh, 4th squad. My
Yep.
bad.
Yeah.
All right, and they have taken a hit. Allow me to check their pilot so that I'm just fair to everybody. Their pilot does not have an ability that will help at this time. All right. Let's see where the hit lands. That sounds like cargo bay.
Yep.
Fire team hits. How many hits? 5. Members. 10.
Ouch. Poor 6.
Need to edit their sheet real quick, so give me a moment while I catch their stuff up. Right.
No, I'm just gonna point out that I'm shooting in the dark here, guys. I'm doing my best. I'm looking at how they can't shoot up and everything. I'm trying here.
Oh, damn. If he's at 5.
Hits applied. All right. You've survived that AA. I will move allied forces.
Hey.
You know, you can't shoot up, right? You can't shoot up. I see that one.
A bold maneuver. Very bold maneuver. You're on a safe tile. You cannot take AA at this time.
Woo! Woo!
They can't shoot directly up.
If they're an orange token.
Yes. If they're an orange token, they cannot shoot directly above them. As indicated by the tooltips.
Yay!
All right. I will move your allies.
Well, no, I feel like we're in the danger zone either way we go here.
And you're going to hear static on the Vox. And someone needs to perform a signal clear to get this next message.
I will, from my squad.
Hey, there you go.
All right. Well, this one's important, and congratulations, you all get to hear this.
Yay.
This is 1-1 Scory. Sergeant Fodder. We've taken heavy hits. We're making an emergency landing. And that's all that comes through the Vox as the hiss of static cuts off any further communication. All right, Haywire, you are currently in the lead position. Nobody has shifted or changed altitudes. You may go.
Oh, fun. I just said, don't feel like this is phenomenal here. So we're just gonna bounce up.
All right. I see you. And I raise you
Yep. By the Emperor,
some
you
AA.
know. I went through that program. No, thank you.
You are facing the Chaser.
Blarg.
The pawns
Ah,
cannot be
humbug.
targeted this time.
What?
The
They're on a
pawns
green tile.
do not get targeted. They're on a green tile,
Okay.
and the one slot is occupied. So we're going to start with them. Showing?
Wait, no, I do get targeted. I can't take defense from the first tile. Remember? It's the drawback of Hella.
It's a transformed tile that you do not get the benefit from.
Okay. That makes sense.
I understand the confusion. I could have worded it better. All right, Machoan, what's the call? You're on a yellow tile. You're at which altitude?
3.
Altitude 3. Luck roll, 50-50.
Oh, say, can you see? I dodge.
They don't see you. Wonderful. Inclusions.
Yep. We're at
You're
4.
on a red tile.
Yep.
All right. Luck roll, target 21.
Damn it.
You're taking fire.
All right.
The enemy rolls. A target of 60. They still miss.
Still miss. Whew.
The Estes are taking fire. They are. Never mind. They are not taking fire.
Yeah, that's a crit, isn't it?
That is a crit for the Estes.
All
Yeah.
right. There we go.
They're doing their part.
I mean, they're still net 0 crits, crit fails.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. And then we've got the Sabiel. Altitude 1 on a red. Your luck roll is 65.
Ooh, so close, but you got it.
All right. They don't see
62
you.
out of 65.
You have avoided the Chaser AA. Aptly named. You are not receiving much information from 1-1 at this time, but you are still within very safe communication distance of 1-2, and they will report more AA positions to you.
I raise you a nope.
I will now adjust allied tokens, and then you may move.
We'll move back to 3.
Ooh, 1-2 is just wading through it.
Well, you know, they're facing forward and Orange can't shoot up. So,
Yeah.
smart play.
Yeah.
One would think.
I raise you checkmate.
Oh, okay. So, okay. Know where I'm looking. You are landing on some AA. Hilarious, I know. You wouldn't have expected it. You are in a crossfire.
Crossfire.
But green.
Good news, the inclusions in the SDs are not targeted this turn.
What lucky fellows.
Mhm.
What lucky fellows.
Indeed,
Very
isn't it so
lucky.
nice?
The only time I have not been targeted is when we were coming to.
Well, I'm gonna let everybody know the number 1 spot is kind of guaranteed to be targeted.
Well, I kind of figured, but I was like, I think that we should have 4 and 1, and everybody kind of held action, so I was like, well, I want a little money, so I'll bet it.
All right. So green tile, Machoan. Roll a luck, target 60.
Oh,
Not shot at.
Let's go.
Pawns, red tile,
Mhm.
altitude 1.
Yep.
You are rolling a luck roll 65. You're getting
Okay.
shot at.
That's a 76 on the roll. That is a 80
That is a hit.
on a target of 95. Oh, never.
Yeah.
All right.
Alrighty.
You don't
That's,
have any pilot abilities to help, so 50-50. Are you getting hit? The
There we go.
Valkyrie is fine. The crew is not.
Yep, there's another 5 hits, I'm assuming.
Correct. Take 5 more hits to your people.
I still have 10, so 1 through 5 is mechanized, 6 through 10 is hidden.
As we sort this out, Sabiel.
It's 65. Oh.
That is a critical fail, 99.
Uh-oh.
Please mark that on your report. That was unfortunate. And because it's a crit fail, I am unfortunately going to still take a shot at you. However, in exchange for your earlier stealth attempt, I will penalize it, but you will lose the stealth.
All right.
Oh,
I
Oh,
apologize, sir. You're going to get hit twice with this volley.
enemy force just got a crit
Mm-hmm.
with a 2.
all right.
You may roll 2 luck rolls to determine where the hits come in. Cargo bay.
And you said the pilot
Cargo
ability
bay.
applies to cargo bay hits, right?
Correct. You're about to learn Clifford Gisburn, Coot, special ability. His special ability as the pilot is called Duty First, Duty Last. When the cargo bay is hit, 2 of the hits are instead taken by the pilot. So, you only need to take 6 hits for your units, but the pilot takes 4 points of damage.
Oof.
I don't need to explain what happens to you if he reaches 0 health.
How much does he have?
You can see his token.
Oh, yes, I can. Okay.
I will, for the sake of since it was revealed, I am invoking it on both attempts here, but in the future you may say he does not have to invoke this ability.
Come on. There we go.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. So close.
Oh.
You have this nice straight and then just 9. Ugh.
It's each telling me that he wants me to know that he did this.
You did this! Alright, folks. I'm going to add a complication to your situation. I know it's what everybody wants to hear when things are getting dire, right?
Mm-hmm.
First off, because this is the most important thing, Machoan, you need awareness right now.
Sheet. Go. Feel confident. Don't feel confident.
Oh. Okay. You're going to make your next move, and then you'll find out what happened.
Oh, well, there goes me trying to be like, who wants one? Okay.
Okay, let me check. You are on a safe tile.
Oh,
However, if you pay attention to your formation, I am adding a new variable to your situation.
Oh no. Oh no.
An enemy interceptor does a flyby. Inclusions? You are currently in a tile threatened by an enemy interceptor.
5th.
You do not get to make any attempt to dodge. You simply take a hit.
Oh, I see how it is. The dice work have to shoot me. I get it.
Please flip your coin on if the Valk takes the hit or if the cargo bay does.
Yep.
I'm also going to move the formation higher. So we're going to have to change some stuff. Valk takes a hit.
Yep. And going to request once more.
I appreciate that.
Does pilot ability kick in at any point? This is Gregory Chade.
Gregory Chade. As a matter of fact, you might have a pilot ability that helps. Where did you take the hit?
Valkyrie.
Valkyrie?
Yep.
His ability does not work on taking a Valkyrie hit.
Okay.
How about that landing, folks?
Well, we can still go for a while, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. You now have a new thing to contend with. Someone in one of the back 3 tiles must make an awareness to see the interceptor coming around to see the threatened tiles.
I can. I have very good awareness.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely terrible, so take it away.
Nice. So 1d1.
Yep. Give him
Ah.
guppies.
If the tile is occupied, you're guaranteed to take a hit. All right, at this time, would anyone like to change their point in formation? I will also say the interceptor can only hit 1 target each turn.
I think that we should also order our SD friends into slot 4.
Understood. They will move to slot 4 at your request.
I also think they should change their altitude down to 2.
Does everyone agree?
I'm fine with that.
Looking for one more for majority?
Yeah, go
Sure.
ahead.
I'll allow it.
All right. Adjusting to 2. All right. I will move allied forces again.
Real quick.
So fun.
Haywire, you have the lead.
Mm-hmm.
Out of curiosity, the green lines on the map are the day markers, presumably, yes?
Not just. Those are safe landing zones if you want to cancel going further in Valks and just land. Ah, I see. You've advanced. All right, good news. The interceptor isn't hitting you.
Yep.
Move forward from that tile. That puts you on... Ah, I see. Good sir, you have stepped on a lamb.
Out.
Yep.
Good news! Only one person's getting shot at this turn.
Bad
Yeah, hey,
news. It's the
guys.
Mechian.
The one hurts. The one hurts. I don't know
All
if you guys know, but the one hurts.
Your altitude is?
My altitude is 3.
All right. Luck roll target 40.
Oh. The fates say nay.
The enemy will be shooting at you, unfortunately. We have a hit.
Oh.
Okay, hold on. Okay, we're gonna do a bonk. Okay.
This would hit the cargo bay.
No, that was my 50-50 pilot.
Oh, the pilot. All right. So,
And then, no!
It's still 1 less damage than you would have taken if you'd
Yeah.
taken the hit.
yes,
Oh,
That is true.
how dare you foul bean!
you're rolling hot. I'll tell you what.
Ugh. There's
The interceptor zooms by. The pawns are the only ones eligible for this next awareness test.
Oh, fun.
Dear
Alrighty.
God, petition to Medicaid my crew.
If you are not in the lead spot, you can attempt
Come
Medicaid
on.
as your action.
Come on.
Oh, lovely. Well,
45.
I don't think anybody's gonna take it.
I'll take
45,
slot 1 if
target
you
40.
want.
Doesn't that negate your whole pilot ability, though?
No, I don't think it does if I'm on a yellow tile.
No, as long as you're not in the slot 1, I thought it was.
No,
Mm-mm.
the
Oh.
yellow tile does not protect against green hits. Even if there's somebody in slot 1.
Slot 1 has no
yeah.
bearing on it. It just means that if the tile's yellow, it counts as green,
Yeah.
which wouldn't have helped in the lamb situation, but with other attacks, it could. I'll let you guys, talk about your positioning and formation. I'll also let you know that you cannot contact first platoon anymore. Their voxes are completely cut out, and you would need a crit to reestablish. And 1-2 is starting to hit static, and you will lose communication with them if you do not succeed a tech use test this turn.
I
Don't
don't
want
have
me
any
on it.
specific plans. I will attempt the tech use.
Okay.
Well, first and foremost, I would like to know Mr. Nunn's awareness.
It was a
Mr. Nunn rolled
44.
a 45 with a target of 44, meaning they failed the awareness.
Yeah.
The techies? Oh, 45, yeah, 45. Okay, I see. Oh.
Because I'm sure Prey Sense does not apply in this at all.
No.
No.
I will let you know
I sure wish.
the tech uses as they are. You are not going to be able to reestablish contact unless you get within a closer range of your allies. However, I will let you know you're not out of the woods yet, because these voxes can even get jammed between each other, even though you're in formation with one another.
Fun.
All right. Is your formation or altitudes changing?
Yeah, better awareness on Mr. Nunn than mine. I'll gladly move over to 3, so
I'll take 1.
group and then I
All right.
will. Okay, yeah.
Okay. Well, the pawns have formation. You may choose where you
Skidoo.
move. I will reveal the interceptor.
God,
Kind of figured. Kind of figured.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, you got out of the way. You didn't have to take that
One
hit, man. You're
hurts,
happy,
man. One hurts.
Okay. You just took a lamb, and you've just stepped on the next tile. The next tile is what we call bad air.
Just all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's resolve the AA, starting with the pawns. You are currently at...
Altitude 1 on a technically green tile.
All right. Roll luck, target 85. No AA to
Very-
you.
Very
You, however,
nice.
are taking a hit from the interceptor.
I am. I'll roll a 50-50 for that.
Ooh,
Great success. 5.
very nice.
Where am I getting
Okay.
hit?
Well, how this roll would work is it hits your cargo bay. However, because you rolled a crit success, I will be a little nice, and you will only take 4 hits.
Thank you.
You may also add it to your tracker. Machoan.
How you doing? Altitude
Uh,
3.
Altitude 3, yellow, 50-50.
By the god.
Oh.
You right. You right,
They try
dice.
to hit you, and they miss.
I
SDs, they're at altitude 2 now. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yellow.
11.
They evade AA. Conclusions.
4.
Target 31.
31. 16.
Oh,
Nice.
No shots. Sabia.
my-
All right, altitude 1.
target 75. Safe.
Okay.
The interceptor will fly by. Someone needs to track it.
I am at
In
the
the back.
rear. I have very good awareness. I will track.
All right. You do track it.
The Inclusions would like to do something very stupid right now.
Oh, yeah?
We have a multi-laser. And all the guns on this Valkyrie were taken out, but presumably things like the stocks where you can set up a gun are still there. We would like to open
the door gunner?
I would like my multi-las gunner to become the door gunner and shoot at this interceptor.
Okay. Just now, I will be aware.
Mhm.
If it lands a hit on the cargo bay while you are shooting at it, I will make it have to roll to hit you because you will be firing at it. I'm going to roll actual damage profile versus the people inside instead of extrapolated damage.
All right.
Okay. As long as that's understood, we're good. Allow me to adjust your allies on the map. Because even if you are not in communication with them, you can still get kind of progress based on your trackers.
Mhm.
And I will take a luck roll to get one final position report from your allies as the communications cut out.
Well, I'm at the front. I guess I'll do the luck roll.
All right.
Nice.
All right. 1, 2. This will be the last time you get to use them to inform you where AA is, but they will inform you of the following.
Oof.
All right. Let's start with the standard movement and the AA you will receive.
I'm gonna follow 1-2's
Oh,
advice
whoa.
there. So
Did I miss what they said?
yeah,
It's on the map.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, I
Yeah.
have character sheet open. Sorry. Yay.
Yeah, we got the report for the last AA here.
Well. Okay.
Good. We okay?
Are we doing the changing of altitudes? Or are we moving first? I'm confused.
I will let people change altitude and move position and formation right now because I have not announced what you're facing yet. You know where the interceptor is coming in. The Inclusions have made their plan, so I'm assuming they're holding this position to do their plan.
Yeah, they're saying we're going to try to shoot it.
Okay. In that case, Medicaid instead of moving.
Yes, I will allow you to make a Medicaid check. I'm going to penalize you because you're in a Valkyrie that is currently trying to dodge AA fire.
Yeah, fair
As
enough.
long as you're okay with that, it's going to be a -20.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
All right. Well, there you are. I'll let you restore. What's Ajax's intelligence?
So 5.
5. Goodness. Okay, 5
Nice.
points of health total to his squad as he personally oversees the patching up of shots peppered from flak.
Honestly,
Yes.
you have the best ability for your skill set. Because you can turn Valkyrie damage into crew damage, and you can heal crew damage.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He definitely chose probably the most efficient pilot for him. All right. Any formation changes?
Yep.
No? Okay. And
Just to be clear, it's 5 points total, right?
yes.
Okay.
We're doing it a little bit differently because of how
No,
the damage is
You're
being spread
good.
out.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
All right.
I just wanted to make sure.
Now, regretfully, you have stepped on a AA turret that can fire straight up.
Yep.
and it's really good at firing forward. You have stepped on mistakes.
All right.
Yeah.
It's bound to happen.
All right. We will resolve the AA first, and then the Interceptor, because the Interceptor sounds fun.
Okay.
Now, mistakes comes with additional penalties that normal red tiles do not, to extra oomph the fact of how bad it is to land on these tiles. Apologies. Pawns, where are you at?
I am on the first position. I am also at altitude 1.
Okay. Luck, target 60.
Nice.
Okay. Managed to avoid mistakes. Machoan, altitude?
3.
Altitude 3. All right. Target is 30.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see. It's not great. It's not great. It's not freaking great.
Because this is a mistakes tile, this is 2 hits.
And I'm assuming I can only dodge one.
If you want to invoke it twice, you just have to roll twice.
Yeah. Of course. That's fine. Okay. Okay. And then let me get this roll out of the way. Thank you.
Good on ya.
And then
Right.
now for location of Alkit, right?
Yes. The Valk
We
itself.
learned something here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't go on top of red triangle.
Oh, yes. A valuable lesson. Don't let Mr. Nunn drive.
And then one person taking 1 point of damage. Hey, you, Tinky. Take damage that we just healed.
All right. The SDs are being shot at.
Were we supposed to see those ones that you just added on?
You're passing them, so I'm adding them just for
Okay.
the effect of, so you could know. I like to share that information since that no longer affects you.
Fair enough.
Triangles are poopy. Got it. Red triangle poopy.
SDs are okay.
Done good.
Inclusions?
We're at
Altitude.
4. Altitude 4.
You need to roll luck at 11.
Good grief. Eight.
Close, too.
A good roll, but not good enough. 18.
It was a good roll. I'll give you that. They will roll to hit. They miss.
And
Surprising.
all right.
Sabiel?
60, right? Altitude 1?
Yes. 60.
That's a crit.
Crit for 3.
Solidly evaded.
All right. Mr. Nunn,
Yeah.
how do you feel about me taking the lead position? Because I think I understand some of what's going on here.
All right. Yeah, sure. Take it. I'll move back to 6.
All right.
All right. Now we need to resolve the inclusions.
Yep. Did get
Make
hit. Door
Make an
opens.
attack. Let me just grab the size of it real quick so that you can get the proper modifiers. Of course, we're moving very, very fast one way or another.
Quick question. Because we were aware of where they were coming in, do we get the half aim?
I'll let you get the half aim.
Awesome.
You're targeting an enormous vehicle.
So that's plus 20?
I believe so.
Yeah, enormous is 2 up, so plus 20.
All right.
Oh, wrong roll. Sorry.
You're not dealing damage yet.
Not dealing damage yet. The question though was: is there movement penalty differences or flat plus 20?
Let's call it 15 and just call it good there.
Okay.
Because you're also like you're both moving at fast speeds. It's tough to say here.
And it's also not expecting this.
Yes, full auto.
All right. Make sure to track the ammo from your token as well.
Yes, I will. 4 damage rolls.
Roll your damage, yeah.
I forget. Because this is vehicle, does that mean we roll 4 just once? How are we doing that?
I'll let you roll all 4.
All right. Good grief, those are some terrible rolls.
Yeah, why couldn't you take your first roll?
I would like to substitute the 1.
Probably the one in the 16.
Yeah, substitute that with a 4 to make that 19 pin 2. And the minnows. I need to pull up how much that actually takes. That 10%? Codify.
Well, I'll let you know. You do actually ding it up. It did take
Good.
some damage from that.
And now it has to worry about if any of the other Valkyries are
Yeah,
packing
weapons.
weapons.
It was expecting some other stuff. Let's see. I'm gonna have it make an operate test to see if it maintains its attack route.
Rapid fire is 10. Okay. Do we have the... It is minnows. And... Damn it.
I will... You want to shake my hand, Paul?
Oh, dear.
Do you want... since it's not breaking from its path, I will allow you to move out of the way.
Nah, we'll stay in position.
Okay. Let's see. This range will probably hold until it gets within very tight quarters because it's quite a maneuverable vehicle. It's interceptor. Only boosts. I'm going to roll an actual 2 hit.
Thick. All right.
Since it is targeting its assailants, someone who is manning your multi-laser must be hit.
Yep, that would be straight up. That would be Trooper Caden Kerbert, who is the gym bro who was in the wrestling match earlier.
That is very unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't think he survived.
Poor Jim Bro.
Just put him at 0 out of 4 deceased.
And it will fly by. That will be your only hit you take. No other crew members. No Valkyrie hit from the interceptor. And Pawns or Machoan can make the awareness to track its path.
I'll make it. Why not?
I would say Mr. John's better.
Might be better, but I'm not rolling too hot right now.
Yeah, getting beat up by dice today.
Yeah, it's normal. It's just another Tuesday.
All right. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to move
All right,
up to
all of that is resolved. Any position changes?
I'm moving up
any
to altitude
altitudes?
2.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Staying
changed
in
mine to
place.
2.
Affirm.
All right.
Okay.
Good move.
Go ahead and move.
All right.
Okay. Just moved off of mistakes, forward to the
Also,
right cut.
just to double
Oh,
check, that was
man.
the first. That was the first casualty of this from us, isn't it?
Yes, I believe
Yeah.
so.
Yep.
Yeah,
Nobody else has gotten
I
taken out
got
from
one
the
guy
shocks.
down, but that's it.
Yeah.
All right, folks.
Ooh, fun. Can I ask a quick question?
Of course.
You know, the Inclusions had a great idea, but I have a
Mhm.
sniper designed to take out vehicles here. Can I
You're
try
gonna
to snipe
open
the
up-
pilot?
I will let you attempt to, but you're going to be opening up your landing ramp to make this shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
See-
This
see
will
the
be
diff-
a called shot.
Mhm.
This will not get the size bonus.
It's fine.
How far is your weapons range?
My weapon range, I got a lawn lass here. The weapon range on the lawn lass, I'm not looking at the right sheet. There's the right sheet is 150. So, but I am a marksman, so I don't take extreme range penalties. So I can go all the way
Which
up
means
to
it
what's
can
that?
be up to 600.
600. Yeah.
All right. Then I will let you make the check without instant return fire.
Okay.
I will let you know that regardless of a called shot, you do have to pen through its armor and the pilot's armor, to actually eliminate them.
Yeah, that's fine. I do have
Okay.
sharpshooters, so called shot is reduced by
Probably
10,
want to fire
and I
it
have
on its
dead-eyed
highest
shot.
setting.
So I do want to fire on its highest setting, definitely. So let's see, this is what, overcharge or overload?
Overload is the highest setting.
Okay. What is the pen on an overload?
I do not remember that off the top of my head.
No.
I have a stupid idea myself.
Good
Plus
to
2
know.
damage.
Let's resolve this stupidity first, though.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, on the
I'm
last
deciding
gun.
if I have the
Okay.
balls.
Yeah, okay, it adds another 2 pen, so I get 3 base pen. And I'm guessing because I didn't succeed the awareness, I don't get a aim bonus.
No aim for this. It
Alrighty.
surprised you in this sense.
Yeah.
Which is sad because accurate is huge for a long las.
It
4
is
degrees of
huge for
success, though,
long
with
lasts, which is
32 out of
great. Which is
62.
great for me, actually, right there. Because I have.
I'm going to roll for a dodge. It's called a jink with a vehicle, to be fair, but
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
come
no.
on!
Oh.
No.
I'll increment enemy forces.
How would he know that there's a sniper
Oh, wait,
around?
sorry. I'll increment enemy forces super crits.
What?
Super crit.
Ugh.
Oh, come on.
I'm sorry. I could
That's
not have
not
predicted
fair.
that.
That's
I was
not
gonna let it
fair.
hit if it was 4 or less degrees of success. I was gonna give it player favorites, but that was a roll of a 1, so I very much apologize. You will take your shot, and it will markedly, suddenly lurch right as your trigger finger pulls.
I hate this guy already.
The bad news doesn't stop there.
Yeah, he's firing at me, and I got my doors wide open.
Okay. All right. Make this. Remove this. I'm going to penalize slightly here because, again, this was a very unexpected maneuver. It's going to take a shot in return. And because of the nature of that it is shooting into the cargo hold, if you dodge out of the way of this, your Valkyrie is taking the hit instead.
Okay.
But I will let you also attempt a return dodge if this hits. All right?
Sure.
Misses.
65 out of 54.
During the jink, it was when the gun was charging up, and as it lurches, the gun fires and also misses, and then it pulls. Well, does it pull away? You know what? We'll come back to it. We got AA to resolve, and we've got the Machoan potentially doing something stupid. Machoan, what were you gonna do?
Ajax is gonna ask the chaplain to tell the pilot to ram the fucking thing.
Ram the interceptor?
Yes.
That's very imperial.
Yeah. I think I've done this maneuver before.
What are your fucking thoughts about Valks? You understand the balls I have to do this?
I just need to ask this very important question right now. Do you have grav shoots?
Sir, no, sir.
So this would be an action that could realistically risk your entire unit right now. Because
I know,
you
and
can't
that's
bail
why
out.
I'm looking over what I have, man, to see if I got anything else to fucking help. You know,
I'm not going to say no. I just want to ask you the question. Are you sure you want to undertake this action?
plus 0. Hold on. Test check. I'm going over everything I got real quick. Just give me.
You know, I gotta say, this is not how I expected this first segment to go.
Same here.
Neither me. I wasn't expecting this either. I'll let you consider it. We do have some AA to resolve.
Wait. I might be able to pull something off. Huh?
You're gonna invoke all of your characters' whisper of fate if this goes wrong?
I mean, what else am I supposed to do?
All right, man. We're gonna give the order to attempt ramming action.
And can. Oh no, skirmisher's not gonna help here.
Drive me closer, I want to hit them with my sword.
No kidding.
Drive them closer. I want to hit them with my propellers more accurately.
Hmm.
I'm trying.
Sadly,
All
this
right.
is not
All
one
right.
of our
I
random
will.
rounds.
We're gonna do a little versus operation here. You're confirming you're gonna go try?
Ambush don't help here. Oh, ambush could.
Just think
degrees
about
of
how
success.
cool it would be if this works.
I know, but you don't understand the catastrophic trauma I have with Valks. Okay?
He's had
You
some
weren't
very
here for
bad
the trauma.
experiences.
I am though. Like the shit I picked up along the way. Like I have mental trauma. You know. Fuck. Well, you know what? Let's do it, and then Whispers of Fate, hopefully helping out at the end. Oh yes.
Pilot
Right.
rolls 4 degrees of success. We're going to do a versus the Black Rose. I'm going to penalize it since it's already had to pull some shit this turn.
Please be cool, Valk.
This
Just
is
one
not
time.
what this
Don't let it be
interceptor
the
signed up
fucking
for.
grenade, please. Ugh.
Failure! 67, target 66.
Just pull the arm muscle celebrating.
What's the front
Ow.
armor on a Valkyrie?
Oh, I can tell you in a second. Do I still have him? Where are you, Leaf? You have the vehicle. No, you don't have the vehicle. Hankesti. There we go. That's what I want to see.
My palms are sweating, guys.
38 is the front armor.
38 plus 1d10. The question is this a long enough build-up for Valis to give you additional d10s?
I'm going to say,
Well,
unfortunately, no. You're just going to get the first D10. Due to the fact that the Interceptor is faster than a Valkyrie.
Fair.
D10. Come on, max roll. Let's
Oh,
go!
There we go.
Let's go! Fucking Valk's doing cool shit!
What's that
That's
total?
right.
45?
48.
48.
48. Let me run the calculation real quick.
We also need to know the return damage, which is the armor facing.
I will extrapolate the return damage since we're extrapolating health, but I will do the calculation myself.
But yeah, everybody's got to make sure they're nice and tidy when this order goes through. Okay?
I thought we left the ram hands behind, but apparently not.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, you know the catastrophic. You just bad juju. This thing is for me. I don't want to be in it as is.
With the damage that had already been dealt, and because of the damage that has already been dealt, it has taken enough damage to lose altitude and not be able to maintain it. Its flight system is compromised. It is going down.
Let's go.
Yay!
And I will gladly just run tile away. I know I've taken hits. Oh, God.
I am first and foremost going to say you take 2 points of damage to the Valkyrie itself in exchange for this.
Scuttling. I am scuttling.
And I'm just going to check the pilot's sheet. Yes. It is going to attempt a shot with the pilot's personal weapon as you impact it.
Fair enough.
I'm going to penalize it. Perfectly fair. But it is the pilot's Hail Mary as you have effectively grounded them. This Tau battle suit cannot maintain flight and is forced to land.
Okay. I was about to have to be like, don't you die on me, homie. Fuck! I was ready to be like, it's don't you die on me time.
I want to tell you that how this happens. First off, I'm moving you to slot 7. Second off, you spin about and you move yourself to intercept the interceptor. It was already knocked off of its main path by trying to dodge the pawns. Chaplain gives the order. Faith is in the Emperor. The Valkyrie, for all intents and purposes, is bigger than this battle suit. So it smacks. A lot of sparks. Some of the arms and legs like jam up. The jets stop firing. And there's a brief moment, and I'm going to give it to Ajax and the Chaplain both see it, where inside the cockpit, this Tau pilot reaches to their side, pulls a gun, and fires this rail pistol straight through the glass of its own shield, through the Valkyrie's cockpit glass, and the shot goes past the entire cargo bay, passing through where the hallway was, and leaves a hole in the ramp that descends, but it doesn't hit anybody, and it doesn't do any proper damage to the vehicle.
Hooray!
And then the Black Rose falls to the earth. And you no longer have to deal with the Interceptor.
Yeah.
And as a
Congratulations.
bonus, you dodged into a yellow.
Now to resolve the AA fire.
Yeah.
All right, folks. I wasn't expecting this, but let's get rolling. Saviel.
1 yellow is 75, right?
Correct. No hit. Estes. Just can't be done rolling yet. They're at 2. They're on a red. Pour them.
Wow.
That's a hit.
Oh, that's 52 with the
Cruel,
target of
but-
50. That's mean.
Quick question while that's going about. Who all saw that maneuver? Realistically.
The Sabiel would not have. However, the Pawns
probably
definitely did. The Estes are at the exact same height. They saw it. And I'm going to have to call for the inclusions to roll awareness to have seen it happen.
Aye.
Oh,
I will give a +10. But that is all I will give.
all groups, just one group has to be commander.
Has to be squad lead.
She doesn't.
Right?
She does not have awareness. All right. Well, she gets that gets her up to 20.
Oh, you know, it's okay.
I will give you. You saw it on Auspex, but nobody witnessed it among your troops. You just saw what happened via the little beeping radar dots.
Wait a minute. Did they just ram them?
What are they on your Yari?
The inclusions wouldn't know them.
Yeah.
That's true.
Okay,
You know,
need
I
to-
kind of took that
Anyways.
as the one-way ticket punch.
Also, 75 target 75, and then 50 target 50. ST pilots are having a very flat day right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So inclusions. Probably the reason you didn't see it is because you're getting shot at right now.
That makes sense. 21.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I should have
Yes.
asked.
Red
for that.
tile.
That's
Red
easy.
tile 4.
Yep, 21.
All right.
No,
68. All right.
Getting shot at. All right. And for this one. That's a crit. That's 2 hits.
All right. First one is going into the Valk, and second
I will mark
one
the crit.
is going into the cockpit, or sorry,
Cargo
cargo. However, you did mention pilot has an ability potentially.
Ah, yes, you have. Who is it again?
Gregory.
Grigori
Gregory
Chade has the ability I have named Gigachade Energy. Shots that hit the cargo bay have a 50 chance to be completely negated.
Nice.
So, basically, confirm the crit.
Yes, you have to. Yeah, you get to confirm the crit.
Did somebody else mark the crit?
Ooh.
I did.
Okay. Yeah, I was having some trouble with my mouse.
All right, roll 1d5.
Got me sweating.
That go through? Oh, there it is. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. So that's 4d5. Okay, there we go. So 4-4. 4-4. No, wait, what? I apologize. I meant to do in 10, but yeah, screw it. We'll just say it all went into the guppies.
Pawns.
Yes. I'm on height 2 with a yellow, technically green.
60. Oh, wait. My bad. 70.
That's what I was thinking. Corn!
Corn.
All right.
All right. Thankfully, they still have a reduced chance to hit, thanks to your green buff.
All right.
That's a hit.
Yes, it is. Please be against the Valkyrie, not against my people. Thank you.
Valkyrie hit.
And -1. That puts me down to 4. First time a Valkyrie got hit. Everything else has been on my people.
I need to warn two individuals, the Inclusions and the Machoans. You have hit 3 or less Valkyrie health. This changes slightly what you are capable of. Your altitude can only shift by at most 1 point.
That is actually wrong. I've been working it on my sheet that I have in front of me. I am actually at that. Why didn't it change? 1.
Oh, I see. At 1, well, I think. Yes. At 1,
I plan on scuttlebudding.
You can only shift your altitude by 1, and you can only change your place in formation to adjacent spots.
It's okay. I have to make the landing. It's bad news bears.
And let's get to the fact that you're now being shot at right now.
Yes.
Your altitude?
2.
Altitude 2. Yellow. Luck roll 60.
Oh.
No hit. That resolves.
All right. And we are moving.
Altitude 3.
You are on a safe tile, regardless. You may choose as a group if you want to land or if you wish to try and press forward. You have negated at least 1 day of travel on foot at this time. You do not have an interceptor following you anymore. You only have to contend with AA.
I don't have the luck to push it.
I feel like the Mechoan have to go down here.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
They're on 1 Valk health.
Yeah. We are flaming.
I will addendum for the sake of how in health works. I know I've said it before, but I did not say it officially since we started playing today. At 0 health, you can no longer increase your altitude, but you are not dropping altitude until you go into negative health. At which
That's
point...
still 1 crit.
Yeah,
yeah.
Literally like me dropping here somewhere lost in the sauce. And it only takes one of these bad boys, or, you know.
Some intelligent leadership, you won't have to worry about it. I'm just
You want to just slide them where they're at, you know?
I will also forward you this. You forced that enemy to ground itself, but you're only going to be landing a mile away from where it went down.
I'm not afraid of a single pilot. Plus
Fair.
all.
All right. If the group is in agreement, I will accept a majority vote.
Personally, I'm more okay with going down in the middle of this next section.
You'd rather be shot down, is what you're saying.
Like, I have a way to live through that. I don't know about you guys.
We've got graph shoots. I
Oh,
mean, they're only
fancy
one
you.
use. They're only one use, but it's like, okay. Yeah. But personally, I feel like if we can get somewhere in this middle section, that will give us an advantage. That way it's, we have 3 days to get here, right? So if we can cut that to even a day and a half of travel, that's a marked improvement.
Yeah.
I will also say
Well-
that this may be a safe place to land, but one way or another, this is all enemy territory. So, how much enemies you encounter on the ground, have to fight, have to avoid, that will also be dependent on how far in you are and how far you have to go in total.
Yeah. And also from the last report, it looks like if we take this middle route here, we can at least get to perhaps here
Yeah.
and be
If
all
not
right.
past the
Because,
river,
yeah.
I did not write a hostile landing into my rules, which is to say landing at a not safe zone. However, in the spirit of fairness, if it's looking dire, I will allow you guys to perform what I will call an emergency landing, in which you will simply take one extra round of AA fire, but then be able to land in a non-safe location. So, in such a case, if you get to 0 and you call for an emergency landing before it's a crash landing, you just have to avoid one more bout of fire, and you will land without it being a crash landing. If that's still not appealing, I will say the Machoan can choose to land if the group wants to keep going. They will be allowed to go further, but they must land before the river, due to keeping players close enough together. However, of course,
I
that means
think
the
I can.
Machoan will
I
be
think I
alone.
can simplify this, but you have to tell me because it is discretion of that game master.
Wow.
Pride over life.
So fun.
Mm.
And then that to follow because it's afflicted by.
I see. Well, I will say
Here's
landing
one,
here
Charles.
is an act of self-preservation.
Yeah, I
Because the
know.
rest of
That's
your group
why I
wants
said
to
I think
keep
I can
going.
tell. If your measurement, drawback call for a willpower test to avoid negative effects, you must re-roll the successful. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh my god.
All right, so you must make a willpower test, and if it's a successful one, you must roll it again, and if it's successful, then you can officially say the Machoan are landing. Otherwise, they have to continue.
Yeah, we're continuing, boys. Willpower ain't our strong suit for a reason.
55, target 26.
Well, you're fine. You can make it. You're not going to be the reason this mission fails.
I have moved us a tile.
All right, I will move Allied Force tokens, because I will still allow you to know where they vaguely are.
By the
Okay.
way, I am taking us over to the left.
All right.
Okay.
I think that is the
Hakuna
best
Matata.
option we have available right now.
The spot you have just moved to is the Lamb.
It's 65 red altitude 1.
Let me double check. Altitude 1. Yes, 65.
Oh, 95.
Not a crit.
Not a crit.
Not a
Not a crit
crit.
fail.
Nice.
Nice.
And then I roll a flat lock for where it hits. That is Valk.
All right.
You know.
Oh, and then everybody else is safe because I'm in front runner.
Yep.
That's a minus 20. It would be helpful though.
You are on a safe tile.
That's what I thought.
Okay, I'm
I think
gonna
this
What
is
do
going
I-
to
hop up
be
to
a
3
flag
and move up
tile.
to 5.
I'll allow adjustments before we continue.
Can I equally try that stealth stuff?
Yes. You can make a stealth roll with a minus 20. If you succeed, you have to go down to altitude 1, but I will give you a free negation on the next time you would be shot.
Okay,
Also,
useful
I would
information.
like to attempt to
Useful
get that back.
information.
You're going to make that with a minus 40 grasp.
I mean, it's still it's not even crit only yet.
And I'm assuming.
Holy crap, you
Might
actually
be
got it.
bit-
Nice. Well
I think that
done.
was 17.
You were saying something, Haywire? Didn't quite hear.
No, I'm talking. I was talking to myself, but I was essentially saying I'm assuming that has to be made from commander, not squad.
Yes, it has to be your squad lead.
Yeah, fuck. My gorilla team though is good stealth.
I feel like
Okay.
Nex and your gorilla team are going to become really good friends.
Yeah. My gorilla team also really good at heal.
Right. Is that a cancel that then? Haywire?
Yeah, I'm just thinking of options. Oh, dude, Jesus. All right.
Any movements, folks?
No, stay in place.
I've
You are
already
facing-
moved, so-
You are brave and bold. I can only move adjacent, which means I can bounce between two.
That is true.
If you want to move into spot 5 there, just let me know and I'll move into 2. But
We can also
Let's
tell
see.
The SDs to move.
Okay.
that's
Also
also true.
No, I'll steadfast. The storm shall pass.
Okay. Everyone satisfied?
Mm-hmm.
You've stepped on a right cut.
I was expecting that. Actually,
Same here.
Sabiel.
It is a 75 altitude 1 yellow.
Yes.
Nice.
Fine.
33.
Pawns.
Alrighty, I'm on altitude 5, red.
Luck 20.
Luck
Wait.
20.
Wait. You said
Wait.
red?
I said red.
Red at altitude 5.
Yes.
Luck 5. Sorry about that.
That's a crit.
Oh,
That's
They
crit
definitely
fail.
see me.
wrong side of the dice.
All
I'm
right.
definitely seen.
Yep. Certainly seen. They're going to get a bigger bonus to hit than they normally would because of the crit fail. And because of the crit fail, they may hit you twice.
Oh.
No.
Yay!
SDs. 2, red. Right. Okay. They're fine. Inclusions.
Yep.
Red 4,
Red 4.
21.
Look at that.
At 21.
You're fine.
Yay!
Machon.
Uh-uh.
Yellow 2,
Yep.
60.
There we go.
You're fine.
Nice.
AA resolved.
Oh.
Alright, I'm gonna move. How many altitude can I move down in one turn?
Are you damaged?
I'm at 4.
You can move 2.
I'm moving down to 3.
Okay. Rasp, you moved them forward.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you kindly. You have moved from the right cut to another target. BCD. All right, everyone satisfied with their current positions?
Yep.
Yep.
You have stepped on the flanker.
All right.
Estes and Machoan are safe. Sabiel?
I am making a 75. All right.
46. Very good.
Pawns?
Let's see. Red at 3 is what?
40.
All right.
Ooh.
All right.
We have a hit. Conclusions?
All right. Oh Lord.
All right.
21. 77. So that's a hit, or a spotting.
That
Is
would
it a
be-
hit? It's a miss.
I'm just hearing Paul's guys go neener neener.
These are the luckiest
Like,
They
that's
conscripts
would.
what's
I've
in
ever
my
seen.
head. It's just like, yeah, you killed one of us, but neener neener.
They
No,
totally would.
Who's the highest up?
Yeah.
It's the inclusions. I needed an awareness from the inclusions.
Really? Okay.
You have the farthest away vision right now because you're highest.
Okay. I got nothing. 55, target 10.
I was like, how dare you ask me this?
I gave my awareness to one of my fire teams, not my sergeant.
All right.
I do not care for the need of
You
this.
applied damage to your Valk? None?
Yes, I have.
Understood. Okay, Rasp, continue.
All right.
I'm gonna start getting altitude. I'm climbing up to 4.
It's a bold strategy what you're doing here. I'm gotta say. Congratulations on making it nearly to the river, first and foremost.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And for being with you too.
So that was you just took on the flanker. You are on a safe tile.
All right. And we're going there.
Can you move your token back just for a moment? I am going to reveal what you're stepping on since you're stepping on it. These are all linked into a single thing.
Ah. Great. I guess I should have just kept going straight up the side.
All right, go ahead and step on it.
Yep.
You have stepped on bad air.
Oh, it's just bad air.
Alright.
Okay.
I will make that 75.
Nice.
28.
All right.
Very good.
I'm at 4. It's counted as green.
4 counted as green in this situation. 41.
Oh, you evil dice.
Oh my god.
You take a hit.
All right. It's 5 to my fire team, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, poor 10.
Ooh, 3 hits. Ouch.
Just get
10 is
peppered
that
in there.
critical.
Well,
Also,
I can need do something for
or
that.
down, or no, critical, yeah. And Rats is dead, or has reached 0 health now. And yep, that's a 2. Okay.
Paul, 31.
31. Thank you. 46.
Hit.
A hit. So that is cargo.
Confirm the hit.
Roll. Oh, that's right. That's right.
Gigachade
Oh,
Energy has a chance to fully negate cargo hits.
Oh.
Apparently not.
How dare you, Neener.
He's trying. He's trying,
Mhm.
guys.
This is painful for
5D.
that crew, man.
Yeah.
Actually, I need to double check real quick.
And then Machoan,
1,
you're at
2,
2.
3.
Yep.
Yellow, roll target 60.
Oh yeah, it actually would be 10 now. 'cause-
Oh, buddy, let's go. Help would be with
Clean.
you.
And that will be bad air resolved.
I'm climbing
Alright.
up to height 5.
Voices screaming for help. Oh, the Machoan hurt.
Wait, you're not at 1. Now you're at 3.
All right. Any adjacent location? Any movements?
I'm gonna stick on.
Steadfast, the
my
storm shall
top.
pass.
Last call.
No adjustments for me.
You've stepped on a chaser.
I will make my 75.
Oh,
That
Stealth is broken.
clears my stealth. Yep.
All right. The only tests that need to be made are inclusions of Machoan.
Yep. 21.
You're on a red tile at 4. Yes, 21.
All right. 8. All right.
Weirdly popular number.
Neener.
Yeah.
Machoan, red, 2, 50-50.
How dare. All right, ajar we go. Oh. Okay, assigning damage.
Well, are you gonna?
I did.
I
did. I used the pilot ability. Got 11.
all right. So 1d4.
Alrighty. Please. Oh, okay.
21.
Well
Good
done.
You
job.
violent maneuver bonks somebody, but that is all that comes of that daring maneuver.
All right.
For Alexander.
Leader, I will ask for an awareness.
All right. Any modifiers?
No.
Wait. Oh, success. 42 out of 43.
I will give you a sighting bonus.
Ooh. Please, some more less.
Come on. Gotta get through this one. Then we can land free.
Yep.
You have stepped on a lamb.
All right. It's 65 for the front. Red. 1.
Yes. That's a hit.
Evil dice. Evil dice.
I mean, there could be a crit fail. Let's be fair.
I mean, well, no, it's the dice on screen are being the evil dice.
Mhm.
Oh, my bad.
There.
That is Valk.
Yep.
That's fine. My Valk is still flying.
All right. You step forward.
Mhm.
Is everybody satisfied with their current positions?
Yep.
For this turn, yes.
This is bad air.
Bleh.
Specifically, I know they say they can't shoot up. However, they cover each other
Yeah,
because they're right next to each other.
Mhm.
but I also figured it wouldn't be a terrible result since we're only in the fire of one.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, we're almost there.
Yep, we're almost at a
there,
safe
right?
landing zone.
Is that your
Yeah,
roll for
well,
spotted there, Rasp?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Ouch. 76 with the target of 75. So close. It's getting too late. We'll just keep rolling 8s.
Yeah.
Cord wants the blood to flow. Stop it, Cord.
That's Valk again.
Yep.
Mhm.
Sabiel's Valk is getting tore up there in the front. Pawns.
Alrighty. I'm at 5, and it's counted as a green.
Counted as a green 20.
20. Okay.
Well.
Green tiles are great, guys.
I don't like the theme here. I don't like the theme here, man.
Resolve the SDs. Uh-huh.
I really, really don't like the theme here.
I have a question for the group.
Yeah.
I can get us to a safe landing zone with one more tile of flak or 2 more tiles of flak, but I think they will be better tiles. Because I think if I go the 2 tiles of flak route, we will only ever be under 1 battery. But if I go the 1 tile route, we will be in range of 2 batteries.
Conclusions?
Can I make an
Yeah,
awareness
31?
test?
31.
Okay. That is a 61. Yeah. Nope.
Ooh.
Oh,
Haha.
okay. See, that was evil dice, but in our favor because it flipped from 41 to 81.
Machoan 60.
Oh, the Emperor.
Safe.
Okay.
That resolves that AA fire.
Actually, I think I see the route.
Again,
I think I see the route.
Okay. Can I make an awareness test to see if there's any more batteries around us, just in case?
Yes, of course.
Alrighty.
That's the
Hey,
Okay,
Okay.
interesting dice.
I like
Yeah.
that
Just
dice.
kind of landed
like
on
that
top of
dice.
each other there.
2 degrees of success. I'll reveal 2
Yep.
emplacements.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going
forward.
the one. We're going forward.
The one tile route.
Just one tile. One tile. I don't care if we're being hit from all sides. It's just one tile.
Yeah,
Well, funny you should mention that.
it's gonna be mistakes.
It's not mistakes.
Bad air at most, I think.
We
Praise
are...
be the Emperor. Praise be the Emperor, please.
No, it's not that. It's... here we go. It is the X-Wing.
Praise be the Emperor. Oh my.
Front position is 85, right?
Yes.
Nice.
You're good?
Okay, it's what was
Hey,
it again
66,
for me?
good deal.
60
I
for
know that
5
lady.
green?
5 green, 20.
20. That's right. It's fine.
Blooming. Yeah. Okay. holding on. All right. Inclusions.
31?
Yep.
Nope.
Oh, okay. It's a 40 to hit. That's a hit.
All right. Where does it hit? Hits Valk. That brings me down to 2.
We're almost there, buddy.
We're almost there. Oh no.
Well, unless you're going to be really stupid right now, there's a safe move ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am in favor of setting down. We're to
Yeah,
the
sit down,
1
sit
day
down.
mark.
Yeah, I'd say we set down.
Yeah, we're at the 1 day mark. Sit down. We're good. And now Platoon 2 goes on their very foolish run. Half of Platoon 2 goes on
Yeah.
their very foolish run.
Go, Edgar, go!
All right. You have landed in Demood. How is everybody feeling?
That
As your Valkyries touch down in a marked clearing where you were indicated this would be a location of minimal resistance.
Honestly, I don't feel too bad, even though I lost my main gunner trooper.
I don't think we would have made it this far if we had not shaken the interceptor.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
we would have made the river at best if we had not taken down the interceptor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very true.
Good news, nobody was shot down. I had rules for if you had to be shot down. I had rules for if you made a ground impact or a water impact. Spoiler alert, water impact is safer.
So we're probably close enough to know what happened with 1-1. We know that Platoon 1. We know that 1-1 had to go down early. Did the rest of them make it to the landing zone?
Well, give me a moment. I feel like I can reveal a little bit of stuff to y'all. You will have to load another page, unfortunately. I know it will be agonizing.
Mm. Also, the Machoan and the Inclusions went through that entire thing without a single crit success or crit fail.
Sometimes that is
impressive.
luck.
That
Right,
Medicaid
folks.
is for my squaddies, by the way. They ain't doing too good.
All
Or
right.
I should say they would have been doing bad if I hadn't healed them earlier, but you know.
Loading. So I like all the colors down here. Variant of red, variant of red, variant of red, yellow, blue. Very favoring one side of the light spectrum is all I'm saying.
Since we've set down, the Sabiel are gonna do some quick Medicaid.
So, you guys, I will give you... You may pick landing spots at the orange striped lines. Those were your safe landing locations. You can only fit so many per landing site, and you must pick between the leftmost 3 for each of you.
It's 3 points healed, correct? With because it's int bonus, right?
Yes, for this sake,
Oh
it
wait,
will be in.
it's 4. It's 4 because I forgot this is my smart fire team because this is the Vox operator fire
Yes,
team.
it will be int bonus.
There we go.
Simple enough.
I still have 2 wounded troopers, but
Putting down right here.
Hey, Philip, Paul,
the
you need
dark
some medical?
green is kind of foresty, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah, dark green is foresty, lighter green is more plains. Also, for our Machoan allies, a couple of us took some buyings. There are 2 that are at the downstate. So, yeah, healthy, injured. Yeah, few people injured, couple it down. Corporal is at injured. Could use some Medicaid. I don't think there's anything you can do for Kurt, unfortunately. He's slightly splattered.
Yeah. Well, that is 9.
9. Let's see here. If we do it like this, 1.
Are we all landing together over here? Is that what's going on? Because I feel like now I'm in the wrong place.
Mr. Nunn, we are yonder.
Fine, I'll land over with you guys.
8.
And I'll do another, Medicaid check if anybody needs
I
it.
guess that does get all of the players landed together.
Yeah.
So the
Um,
sisters,
It's like I planned it.
Yeah.
the sisters managed to land. The other inclusions managed to land.
I mean, if you really wanted to do some Medicaid, I do have one guy at critical. 2 at wounded and 1's dead.
I would like a D20 roll from anybody.
I'll
That'd be
do it.
10, Mr. Nunn.
That'll be 10. Thank you. So that brings you up to 4.
And hey,
Not 20, let's go.
20!
4, 5, 6, 7,
Okay. With that roll,
8, 9.
this entire landing to where you reached was 1 hour on the day. The sun is still rising.
Wow.
Damn.
We just
Y'all,
gunned it.
we're going fast that whole
We had
time.
ramming Velks. These go fast.
Now, I will state for RP purposes, as soon as the chaplain is semi-busy, I am going to have Ajax the Great kind of smugly be bragging that he was the one that gave order.
It was all me. I took that one
just like
out.
with the other squaddies, he's like, "Yeah, you see that? That was me. If you didn't see it, let me explain to you the thrill and the adrenaline rush. Everybody freezing, like
Meanwhile,
totally trying to take credit.
Meanwhile, the inclusions will literally have a mop getting the blood off of the Valkyrie.
Yeah. But
like, oh, yeah, nice, very nice, very nice. Our friend just got splattered here, man.
For all intents and purposes, so everybody is informed, my player character is Ajax the Great. This squaddie is named Ajax the Lesser.
So he's got a subordinate who's claiming victory here, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pawns aren't even.
Meanwhile, I would say anybody who can,
go on.
Anybody who sees Nex sneak off would notice something odd about Nex. But noticing her sneak off is difficult.
I think everybody's got their own stuff right now. If you wanted to sneak off for a little personal deal, that's fine.
No, it's more so that she's just sneaking off to a point where she can play Sentinel. It's just that if anybody watched her go, they would notice something about her.
Before we wrap up here, I do have one more important set of checks to be had. First off, what is the status of Vox operators? Are they still alive?
Double checking. Yes. Actually, only took 1 point of damage, and that was healed. So Vox op is good for us.
Yeah, my Vox
Vox
operator
op
is full.
Also took 1 point of damage, but was one of the ones who got healed.
All right, players.
So,
Oh yeah, first off, yeah, tell me yours.
yeah,
Sorry.
no, I made sure.
I
one
thought
didn't
yours
get-
were alive.
Yeah, no, mine are good. Mine are good. I'm good now.
Let me double check the SDs real quick. Actually, good call, me. Okay, noted. All right, you guys will touch down. The Valks. I mean, they have some residual power, so you could like, I don't know, use them for heat or camp if you really wanted to call it a camp session. But you're kind of a rough time to do that since you guys haven't done anything yet. Technically, just landed. You've got a great head start on this. I'm going to give every player an opportunity to use their Vox operator to try and reach other members of the company.
I will go first.
Okay? Who are you going to try and dial?
1-1 actual. Just straight up try to raise command.
This is
Okay,
going to
we're gonna go for it.
require a tech use test penalized at -20. This is going to be a long range check.
Ooh, would have succeeded without the penalty.
No good. You cannot raise 1-1 actual at this time.
The pawns are going to try to raise up Flam Burns. Give me a second. I need to check my notes for the name. Come on. That would be Emma Richelieu.
Okay. Double check information. Do you have tech use?
Yes, my pawns do have tech use.
All right, you may make a tech use test.
Okay. Yeah, fair.
Must be nice to have tech use. Crazy.
All right. Paul?
All right. First question is, so we have microbeats, so are we still able to be in contact with the Estes? And by extension, is the Inclusions and Sisters who are also landed and visible to us? Are we able to contact them just with no problem?
You will be informed via the Estes that presently they are landed alongside Inclusions, and the Inclusions know about the current status of the White Spears, so that is why they are both on the map already.
Okay, excellent.
However, if you wanted to reach the White Spears, it might be a little tough.
Yeah.
I mean, physically, not via Vox.
Yeah. Okay. So knowing that, that means that we have at least some connection with command, or first platoon, I guess should say.
Might be worth trying to raise the Maldine.
That's actually who I was going to say. I'm going to raise two Herman Hum fra Skyport.
From Skyport. Maldine 2-2.
Yep. Minnows do have tech use.
You do not need to. Not for the Maldine in this situation.
Oh, excellent.
I will reveal the location of their Valk.
Hey!
Is there anything immediately you want to ask them?
Do you have communications with command or anyone else? Basically, do you have the position of any other groups? And we would give the tell of where our groups are.
One moment.
Or at least who's immediately with us. We won't necessarily say like, hey, the sisters are here.
I imagine that we have code names for each of the planned landing points that we could give them without alerting the Tau.
Yeah. Oh, good grief, these rolls are terrible.
No. Unfortunately, the Malding operator will report back. We've just landed and I've got a bullet in my chest. Hold on.
Hey, fair.
But you will maintain some communication capability with the Maldane.
I guess we
cool.
would know if anybody else had landed at the same site as them, though.
Yes,
So,
they would have informed you.
as of now, the only mystery at this line is if anybody landed here.
Yep.
Haywire, you can tell your Vox Op to try and contact somebody.
Oh, no, not with my tech use, sir.
They don't always
okay.
require a tech use test. It depends on who you're trying to contact and where they are on the map.
We know about most of Platoon 1.
Yeah, we know this. We know the Scoria went down in the marshes. The White Spear are in the middle group here. Actual is unknown.
I
Yep.
am wondering, was Actual on the same Valk as the Scoria? The
Yes.
Scoria? Okay, so Command is all the way back in the marshes.
Maybe.
Well, fifth.
Because we do know roughly where that Valk went down.
Yeah.
Ping it on the map and I'll reveal it.
Well, we know it was in the first zone. I don't remember exactly where in
I
the
will
first...
give everybody a pin the tail on the donkey. If you ping and the ping touches it, I will reveal it. This is effectively a history check, but with a fun little way to do it on Roll20. Let's start with Rasp.
Okay.
Put your official guess in.
My official guess is here.
No. Paul.
I think it was further down.
Yep. I'm going to say there.
No. Mr. Nunn?
I'm gonna guess around here.
No. Haywire.
Oh, I feel the urge to move now, but you know what? At the man's gonads. Go.
No. Sorry. No one hit it.
Dang.
It would be a little
Yeah.
bit of a cheatsy if I, as the Estes, tried to do it.
But the main point is that
roll
we
high or
know
low?
that Command is at least a day of travel away from us, and we
Yeah.
can't raise them yet.
Yeah.
A standard Imperial Guardsman's day of travel away at minimum. Correct.
And probably more like a day and a half.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which means we are probably advancing without contacting the captain.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Oh, what
The
he's saying
question
set up
is,
camp.
do we want to try to rendezvous with the other forces that landed on the same line?
Maybe just sit back for 2 and 2, maybe do something, but
I'm gonna ask
So
one more time. Haywire, you still have one attempt to raise somebody.
well, I'm gonna be real honest. I still have hieroglyphic alien number 5 on my sheet that I have in front of me. I have like our basic spread, you know.
You don't have the names of everybody?
No, not really.
You may work with your fellow players if they have a suggestion. You're all together.
I have
so
the
I'll allow-
minute marked down. for when we did it in session, though.
Ah, okay.
Minute mark 46. It starts in the stream.
Awesome. Well, I will definitely let you go back and take those notes. So in this moment, though, if any players have a suggestion, I will let you take a suggestion from your comrades for your one use.
I
That'd be
think
good
the
to-
Valkyrans or the Coloradicus
See, I was going to say
are
the
the most
Coloradicus.
likely to have good Vox.
Yeah.
I still don't think I have those call numbers. I have the inclusionists. I have
2-1
pawns.
or
I have
2-4.
SD.
Yeah. We got them.
Yeah.
2-1 or 2-4. I have 2-4 as Griff.
Griff is 4-1.
Riff.
4-1. Okay. See, look at that,
Yeah.
man.
Are we allowed to say out loud, or is that metagaming for this?
I mean, we're landed in the same spot.
You're landed in the same spot. I will let one player for each.
Coloradicus is 2-1. Coloradicus PFC Bell.
Paul.
2-4 Valkyrans.
Hold on. 2-1 PFC. I do have PFC written down. I just did not know. All right.
2-4 Valkyrans. Mitch Maya.
Okay.
Also, I will agree with Brass' assessment that the Coloradicus or the Valkyrans are going to be the next ones to contact. Try to get more information on second platoon.
Well, if it's tech use, it's a big oof.
You won't know until you ask.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well, it is the session of the Lady of Hugs, so wouldn't Valkyran be suitable here?
Is that what you want?
Yeah, so 2-4 Mitch, yeah.
The Valkyrans are reachable. You will get a This is Corporal Mitch Maya, Valkyran, 13th. Oh, we're not the 13th anymore. Who is speaking?
This is funny. This is Helen of the Machoan 31st. 3rd platoon.
Understood. Well met, cousin. Our situation is crash landed. We are trying to salvage our position. We have lost some members of our group. Some of my siblings lay dead. Here are our current coordinates. We presently do not know the status of our allies.
They
crashed in the water.
Yeah.
Crashed in the river behind us.
Yeah. So, not knowing the status of allies, crash landed.
I think we give them the Estes location and have that group wait for them, because that group is only 2 squads.
Mm-hmm.
And they are probably 6-ish hours out, or half a day out, rather. I mean, we are ahead of the curve on time, and I think that group should wait to rendezvous with the Valkyrans and potentially rendezvous with the sisters as well.
So, what group? Sorry.
The Valkyrans, the Estes, the other
Yes.
inclusions, and the
Okay, so-
sisters
So basically,
could potentially form a roughly full platoon.
Okay,
Yeah.
so someone needs to tell these guys to wait, and I'll tell these guys to go to these chords.
Okay.
Okay, so Helen would go with. There are reinforcements of sorts at coordinates. Boom. If you can make safe passage there, you will have a sufficient group to push forward.
Thank you for your insight, cousin. We will make our way there. All right.
I honestly think the Maldine should just bunker down and anchor our Vox network. They can probably make a more effective Vox setup if they are stationary, and they should just find somewhere that they can secure. And just form our Vox anchor at the back.
I
All
try
right.
to
What
get
does
into the
the
contact.
chaplain think about this? Is what Ajax would be searching for. Like, what, obviously, in discussion, Ajax would walk up to the chaplain and say, by the Emperor's light, we have made it this far.
Mhm.
I search for
meant-
guidance within you.
Consider a moment, looks among everyone here, thinks about the position, everyone who's made it, everyone you've managed to make contact with. And I believe what essentially he'll come to the conclusion of is it is, of course, by the will of the Emperor, we've made it so far as we have. We've struck deeper into this zone than most of our allies. Our objective lies only a day's journey away, and we are at a precipice looking for guidance of, do we believe us strong enough without the forebears of our allies to assault the objective alone? Or is our intent going to be to wait for those who could not make it this far to catch up and then press the assault?
And I think Nex will sort of materialize out of the trees to make a suggestion at this point.
Yeah.
I say we push forward. At worst, we reconnoiter their position. At best, we can take their position on our own.
So Chenoweth is contemplating this situation. There is safety in numbers, so I do think we could do scouting. That would be perfectly fine. But I also think we should consolidate. Looking at the map, not that I'm one to say what they can and cannot and should not do, but does anyone know what the sisters' plan is? Are they just going to strike out on their own? Because if so, that would be a problem. But if they're going to wait, then maybe we should heed their advice. Maybe we wait for Valkyrians and other stragglers to come in for a little bit. Um,
The
maybe go out and try
chaplain
to
will bring up
find.
the point for the sisters, essentially along the lines of, it is their ordainment, what they believe is the best path forward as servants of the Emperor. They may choose to advance, and I would wager they are even better equipped to do so than we are.
Yeah.
But we cannot march forward without faith either way. You must believe that we will achieve this goal, or you will falter when the time calls for it.
Chenoweth again kind of blinks and doesn't say anything, but the back of the mind, Feth, what have we been set up with?
Nex will make the sign of the Aquila and affirm that she has faith that that command would not have planned this assault without redundancy. In her estimation, if they sent 3 platoons on a dangerous landing like this, that she would estimate that the target is not easily, but realistically conquerable by 1 platoon. Whether that logic is actually sound or not,
That tracks.
that is what she thinks.
Well, I believe there is. I believe that there's a river still between us and the objective, so we could, advance to there, reconnoiter, figure out where best to cross, and then, keep in contact with the other groups, see if anybody else catches up with us. Maybe.
Establish kind of a forward base of operations.
Yes, exactly. Just that.
The fire will chime in at this point. It is sound to have a fallback position for if our initial assault goes south. However, it is this one's recommendation to establish this forward base closer to our objective.
Mm-hmm. So the Estes and the other inclusions who are with them can stay at this place, wait for the Valkyrans to show up, and anybody else consolidate, and then we can move forward and someplace and kind of have a forward spot to scout for them. As long as we stay hidden. I think if we stay hidden, that will be good. We should stay hidden. Out of sight.
I agree with that assessment. It's my assessment that our best bet would be sticking to the woodlands at least until we reach the river.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't worry about the river. We got it when you get to the river.
I feel the road is entirely out of the question. If they are patrolling,
Mm-hmm.
if they have eyes, they will be on the road. There will be no passing unseen by that route.
Chenoweth is nodding at this. Yeah, I agree. You're right.
Alongside that, we would be facing vehicles, and none of us, except for save maybe a few, are equipped to handle such a threat. It would be best to, and most efficient, to stick to the woods. Safest for these members that are valuable, and most efficient for the use of a tool such as I.
Yeah, what he said.
We have 2 regiments that the Imperium doesn't value, and 1 regiment that doesn't value itself.
Well, the
No, 2 regiments that don't value themselves.
the problem that at least Ajax and his crew would have with this is, they're about, making haste, not waste, and running towards the enemy at any cost.
That's kind of where the discussion has gone. It seems, we have a temperance towards. It seems like the player platoon all favors advancing at minimum to scout, at maximum to set up a forward operating base and properly wait for allied forces.
And I say the Saviel, by which I mean Nex, is in favor of launching the attack without support if the reconnaissance proves promising. Like Nex does not disagree with the McCowan. We should hit them as fast as possible, but just favors a cautious advance to get to that spot, because there's no point wasting our strength on patrols when patrols are not our target.
But wait, man.
I mean,
Well,
if you get some good armor, I'll definitely let that fly.
So I'm going to say that Chitterwith would agree with. Sorry, what's your character's name again? Hackett? No, not
Ajax. Or
no, not Ajax. Sorry, Rasp character.
Next.
Sorry, next. Writing down.
It's with an H, but the H is mostly silent.
Okay, that's where I was getting confused. All right. So, Chitterwith would agree with Nix about forward advancing, being stealthy, doing reconnaissance, not engaging in the fight. She will disagree about the part of if the reconnaissance proves fruitful, that we could go ahead and launch the assault. She's like, no. We wait for allies. We wait for other people to show up, but yeah, let's scout and stay hidden and out of the way for a while and keep on the move.
Fire's siding with Nex on this one. It's a good idea to scout forward first. And if the opportunity arises, efficiency would dictate we strike as we can.
So, I'm getting a pretty good vibe from what y'all are getting at here.
I feel like I've made a grave mistake.
No.
No. I'm going through. I'm looking at it. Strategy wise, what I do. Going through my stuff. I oopsied.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that would have been a nice bonus to perhaps have used on a requisition earlier.
Yeah, because that would have given me a plus 20 minus whatever absolute craziness.
Mm-hmm.
Asking for something that just ripping.
Live and learn. You'll get requisitions again, I assure you.
Oh, yep, and then I'll get them when I get them.
True enough. So it looks like we're not going to actually have you do any moving on the map yet. I still have some stuff to set up to use this map layer properly. Mm-hmm. However, it sounds like the begrudgingest ones is the inclusions, but everyone is kind of agreeing one way or another you're going to advance towards the objective.
Yeah, yes. And Ajax will, as long as the chaplain approves say that him and his guerrilla team would be more than willing to go forward and stealthily scout. But leaving the Medicaid team with the chaplain, wherever the chaplain goes.
Of course, he would approve. It's essentially the, is this what you're good at? Well, prove that you're good at it then.
Next would accompany the forward scouting party as well.
Fire would as well.
Something.
We actually have
957.
some stealthy characters for once. We have a stealth
Yes.
party.
So
As
fun.
long as we stay in natural terrain, my target for stealth is 97.
Nice.
Fair warning, you all do know you're moving towards an urban center.
Yes.
But right now, yes, you're in the wilds.
I mean, being in an urban center only oh, I'm sorry, it is not 97, it is 87. Being in an urban environment only drops my stealth to 77.
Nice.
Shockingly, so Chenoweth and Minos, which is the heavy gun team, they do not have stealth, but the Guppies, who is my standard line infantry group, they do have a pointed stealth.
Interesting.
Yeah,
So yeah,
my target number is a lot better than what it was.
Yeah, my sharpshooter, Fire, has
Hey.
51 for his stealth. And my hidden pawns have, they're not good at it yet, but they have a 38 in stealth.
Yeah, I have a 48 on both my fire team and Ajax.
Did the
So who gets-
Coloradicus manage to get in touch with us?
Yes, you will receive a call, and this is going to be effectively how we are going to end this session. The Vox crackles to life. We're going to say it is the Inclusions Vox, given the position of the forces. And it's kind of a weak voice. There's some rasp in it, if you will. This is...
No, there's rasp in the Maldine voice.
Lol. This is 2-1 Coloradicus, PFC Bell. We've crashed down in a small bog of some sort, and the doors are jammed. We're taking on water. We have maybe a few hours. We're trapped in the Valk.
there's kind of a brief moment. 3-2, inclusions. Bevan. Estimated position.
We were going down over the river. The first river.
Trajectory.
Northeast.
We should let the Veil Chirons know.
Yeah, like there's kind of a moment. Hold, Vox, relaying info. Bevan basically just gives a very terse, curt version of this, saying Coloradicus in bog, northeast, first river. Orders.
You're saying that's the Veil Chirons, then?
We probably don't have time to reach them. They're
Should-
on the other side of the zone from us.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chenoweth would say that the Valkyrians should try and get to what presumably is this bog, and get the Coloradicus out.
Yeah.
But they're probably the only ones who would be close to do that.
We would also know the Veil Chiron specialties and that they are suited to that duty as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right. they will receive and change their intended course of action. And
Yep. Devin will basically tell the Coloradicus to hold, switch over to the Valkyrans, relay new orders to them, switch back to Coloradicus, and inform them, probably to the Coloradicus's dismay, but he will simply say, Valkyrans, also down near your position, coming to help.
Also, I just had a realization.
Mhm.
Once they've freed the Coloradicus, the Valkyrans and the Coloradicus should rendezvous with the Maldine. We should rendezvous with the Estes and the other inclusions, and get the advance moving with a few more people.
Yeah.
The Valkyrans and the Coloradicus sound like they've been beaten up pretty bad, and if we want the Maldine to anchor our Vox lines, then them having a few other squads for support, particularly squads that they have experience working with,
Yeah, and cohesion.
is probably a good idea.
For the sake of it, I will reveal the location, since you guys, I saw the ping that correctly identified where it was. There you go.
Hey.
So yeah, I think I know this is a next session thing.
Mhm.
I think we move up this way. They find
Rendezvous.
the best road crossing they can, rendezvous with us here. The sisters are presumably doing their own thing, and then we get something like this going on down here.
All right.
Meanwhile, the
sounds-
Maldine just dig in as best they can and make us a makeshift Vox station.
All right.
Yep.
Well, allow me to say, we're going to definitely close out our first episode here. We went a little bit longer than we intended to, but we got through all the way through the content that I was hoping we would.
Woo.
So,
I've,
thanks for anyone who is watching currently or in the future. We're kicked off the new campaign. Hope to see you all again sometime. Thanks for the help.